So we're live. So
Joy.
no more cussing.
Why? Why the
Ah,
fuck not?
All right, here it is. We'll start a little late. I apologize for that. I was I was at a dinner with my brother who lives on the East Coast. He's in town for just a brief period of time, and we got rolling a little late. But now I'm home. And I might cut. Album might be a quick album tonight. I might. He might be heading out. This might be my last evening that I can actually see him. So if he and my other brother, who's in town, decide to head out for a beverage, they're going to text me and let me know they're going out. And family before boom. Sorry, Barry.
Eh, oh, I
Just
don't
gonna,
know.
but I'm here
Oh, joy.
and I'm doing this and I'm looking at just making sure he didn't already text me. But anyway, here we go. July 7th, in the year of our Lord, 2021. How the heck are you, Barry?
I'm all right, I guess. Can't complain. If I did, it didn't matter. So
How
Mhm.
many jugs of that iced tea do you go through, if you had to guess?
This probably 2 a day. I drink about a gallon of iced tea and about roughly about the same of water a day, depending on what I'm doing.
Is it is it like sugar free iced tea or is it what is it?
Yeah, caffeine free, sugar free, all that happy horse
Ugh,
shit.
caffeine free too?
Yeah, I think so.
Most tea is caffeinated. It's weird. It's like I was on a kick for a while there where I was like I was drinking a lot of
I know it's not
uh
caffeine free.
I was drinking a lot of 0 calorie Arnold Palmer stuff
Yeah,
because I like Arnold Palmers. It's just that I don't know. There's something about the the lemonade and the tea mixed together just tastes really good. Anyway, tastes really good mixed with what is it? What Why can't I think of his name right now? The golfer that was known for being a big drunk, but I can't think of the name right now. But his was the same thing, but she put whiskey in it. You know, just like it was.
I know who you're talking about.
I
Can't
can't
remember
think
his
of his
name.
name right now. Yeah,
Yeah,
the long drive guy. You know
yeah.
um. But anyway, uh, but yeah, that was his drink. But anyway, I'm sure Kooky Kid will weigh in maybe. Hey, Kooky. No, so I remember I was like, I remember thinking, does this have caffeine in it? And like, I remember when I googled it, and it was like, yeah, it has like the same amount of caffeine as a soda does.
yeah,
But not that, and we've discussed caffeine here before. How like I don't think it has any effect on me whatsoever.
yeah. I'm
Because
pretty much the same.
I mean, I guess technically, if I haven't had any,
Yeah,
I can tell, right? You start getting a headache or something
yeah,
like that. You know, you
yeah,
start just feeling kind of agitated or whatever because you're addicted to it or what have you.
yeah.
Um,
Addiction's always fun.
yeah. John Daly. John Daly. There you go. Paul Taylor with the save on that one. Yes.
My wife actually told me to buy a pack of cigarettes this week. I was quitting. I got off them for a few days, and the weed I cut back a lot on that, but it was just a bad time to do it with the humidity and shit. So I guess I was getting on her nerves so bad. She told me to go get a pack of cigarettes.
Well, I hope you do, dude. I mean,
I will. I gotta get over the 3 day thing. It's always been like that. I'll stop the third day.
holy
Then maybe go back
cow!
and
Who
forth.
moved the rock?
She
Look at
can't hear
this.
us.
Yeah, no, not yet. She's finally getting clued in. Cassandra, as I live and breathe.
How are you?
Who moved the rock? Where have you been?
Move the rock.
Um, well, vacation.
What?
Vacation. I went like to many, many places, had some time off, did things.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah. Well,
Anything crazy? Anything? Well, you say you did things. Tell me like something. Anything monumental, life changing, or anything?
no. No,
Oh,
no, no. My family does a yearly, no, a bi-yearly trip to somewhere with the whole family. And so that happened, but it was like right after we got back from New York. And then after that, Devin and I went on vacation to West Virginia, and we just like got a cabin in the middle of nowhere. And then I've been back for about a week. So
That's awesome.
yeah. What about
That's good
yourself?
to see you. Holy cow, Barry! If you leave
See
for
ya.
the first time ever, there'd be like the ratio would be off.
It's equal.
Yeah.
Equal playing field.
Yeah. No. And
Hi.
that's all. Cassandra.
Yeah.
Oh well, there we go.
We're back
There
on
we go.
top.
Back,
Yeah.
back.
We're back to
Bring
normal.
Oh, that's awesome. So, well, Cassandra, it's good to have you back. I hope this is a sign of things to come. I hope you'll be able to be part of it more often.
Yeah.
You doing any weird play work on Wednesday evenings again, are you?
What's up?
Well, before, like, you weren't able to show up because you were like working, like you were like, you having a job and stuff. That,
Yeah, them things get in the way so much.
Yeah, that should be getting better because what's it called? I'm down to a 9 to 5 work schedule. So I got,
That's good.
regular hours, all that good stuff.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, can I had something I wanted to give a hot take on, and then I think Jonna had like a video that got like some good responses, and I wanted to talk to her about that, and so she can actually extol upon that real quick. But I wanted to say this because I had actually hinted at that I had something to share, and I wanted to. So, I completely totally understand this, and this has to do with 4th of July stuff. Okay, so it has nothing to do with board games. So I apologize if anybody was led to believe I had a big like reveal as far as that goes.
Did it happen at the school?
No, it
If
had
it
nothing
did,
to do
I'm
with
out.
school. It had nothing to do with school. It had so I completely and totally understand why some people don't like fireworks, right? I mean, they make noise and light and whatever. If you've got animals that are susceptible to it. I mean, I have dogs. I mean, I had one dog who absolutely hated them. So I mean, but I mean, the dogs I have now, they don't seem to bother them at all. I mean, so I'm lucky in that regard. They don't like, but I totally understand. There are pets that have nervous reactions to the popping noises and the explosions and what have you.
And veterans.
Yeah, and I totally also understand the fact that there are people that suffer from PTSD and other things that like it has an extremely negative effect on them. And I totally understand that. But, and here's my but, is that it's like it's mostly one day a year, right? It's like it's one day a year that you have to deal with it. And the vast majority of people like enjoy taking that one day to be dumb and go, light 1,000 bottle rockets and shoot them off into the sky and goof around with their families. For me, fireworks has always been hanging out with my dad. Like when I was a kid, my dad would always take me to go buy fireworks, and like for me, it was like when my daughter was just kind of like they're cool but whatever, and my wife's kind of like they're cool but whatever. Well, my son just loves them, so like he and I went to the fireworks store together, cruised around. I mean, I basically was like, you'll go ahead and pick what you want, and he was like just picking stuff that he thought looked cool and doing it. And like if he brought me something that was like, this is like $150, I was like, no, we're not getting that. But I mean, like I let him get some bigger stuff. And then like 4th of July, myself and him and my wife, my daughter, we went to there's this old dirt road, like about 10 minutes from our house that everybody goes and shoots fireworks off at. And you go out there and everybody's really safe about it. To be completely honest, like I did 2 stupid things. We had an old rocket, like the one that you just sit down on the ground that was left over from last year. And it's like, it should have just been thrown away, but I was like laughing about it because one of the fins had broken off. It has like 4 fins. And I was like, I wonder what'll happen. So I took it off way far away from everybody. I lit it. And the thing like went like 3 feet up in the ground and then just went like straight off into a field. and then it then blew up normally, right? But if I had pointed it any other direction, it could have like headed towards. So it was like an incredibly stupid thing for me to do, and I'm very lucky that I didn't hurt anybody with that. And then there was one other instance where my son had gotten like one of those, just basically a box that has the things that shoot up the top, right? And he got it out of the back of the pickup, and he brought it over, and he put it in the center of the road, and then my daughter went out to light it, and just as she lit it, I said to my wife, I said, "Is that upside down?" And, and of course it was, right? So the first one went off. The worst one went off. It was just boom, like, and this thing was like 20 feet away from us, and like, it just,
gosh,
huge giant explosion. And thank goodness the first one made it flip over and land on the right side. So the rest of them went off into the sky. The other 7 shots went off into the sky, and everything was fine or whatever. So we got extremely lucky there. But as we're watching these go off, and I'm like laughing about it, my son says, fire? And we look over, and like there's a near grassy field, and so there was, there was like, I would say a 2-foot diameter fire of grass that was burning. And so my wife was very smart, and she had the presence of mind of bringing a cooler full of water in case we needed it. And so we got that out, and we poured it out, and we put the fire out. No big deal. So we were lucky, but that thing could have landed on its side. It could have shot at people. It could have, shot into like the back of my pickup truck and set off all the other fireworks that were back there.
Oh no.
So it could have been really bad, but we all laugh about it now and good time. But my point is that, like, it just seemed like my Facebook feed and my Twitter feed and all these people were just, everybody just running to whatever social media thing that they possibly could to talk about, like, oh, thanks a lot, for setting off fireworks at midnight. You woke up my 5-year-old son, or you woke up my dog, and my dog's barking now. And I'm just like, well, it isn't like you didn't know it was coming. I mean, it's just like,
it is the 4th of July.
Did you think the 4th of July was going to be like, there
is common courtesy at midnight? Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty late.
No, I'll agree. But I mean, but the thing is, it isn't unheard of, right? I mean, it's just
no, because there's always a dick.
It's just, and it's like, and I'm not a big rah patriot America, I'm not that kind of person. But I do have a relatively strong, love of my country. I mean, and a belief that, like, I do think, we do a pretty good job of being a pretty good country. And I mean, it's just like, and I guess it's just like I said, it's one day out of the year. It's one day out of the year. If you are a veteran, thank you for your service. And if fireworks
are, what does the 4th of July got to do with veterans?
Well, no, because the veterans, like they say, it like the explosions or whatever can cause,
okay.
Their nerves, stuff like that. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, what's coming, especially, I mean, your dog, they don't know what's going on, but I mean,
it could be a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want them to be like, get over it. I'm not saying that at all, but it's like, you can take measures, you can make sure that you're wearing earplugs, or you, like, if you happen to have a basement, you can go in there and watch a movie and, like, insulate yourself from the noise or whatever. You can prep yourself for it. I understand. I don't, and maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm just
in this
saying,
case, I believe you are.
I mean,
it's a little more complicated than that.
Well, I believe it is, but like, you could take steps, right? There'd have to be something. There'd have to be some sort of coping thing that you could possibly do. I mean, and that's fine. I wasn't shooting them off at midnight, Kabuki Kid. I was shooting them off, like, we got done at like 10:30, 11 o'clock where we were, and we were out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it literally is a dirt road out in the middle of nowhere, right by the Red River, which is whatever.
Yeah.
So I see those people, and they're just like,
they're whining too much.
No, it isn't even whining. I guess complain, but I mean, it isn't like it crept up on you, right?
Social media.
If I might be mistaken, but I think last year the fireworks sales went, like, no pun intended, like, sky high, Because of COVID, like everyone was just like, I'm going to take out my anger with fireworks. I'm not sure if the same was for this year, but I think, I don't know, like I don't live in the city, but a lot of my friends live in the city that's nearest to us, which is Reading. And apparently it's really bad. Like people just shooting off fireworks
especially
everywhere in a
it's
really
not
small,
one day.
Yeah. And later than like the next morning, they're like, there were 7 like wildfires and stuff. I'm like, yeah, it's a little excessive, but I also feel like it is, once a year. So
Well, and then here's the other
Not
thing
in the city.
too.
It's New Year's. It's
well, that's true. Yeah, New Year's, there's a lot of
it's
fireworks too.
yeah.
So twice a year.
Yeah.
And then
There's
there
a
was
few
one
more
thing.
times.
The one thing that that was like every once in a while you'll hear about you'll hear injuries or whatever that happen and like they have to do these things. I know in our area, like at a certain point, because of, and this, I mean, admittedly, this is insane, and I'll say this, but for the local police departments in our area, at a certain point in the evening, they basically said, people were calling up. It's like, yeah, people are shooting out fireworks in our neighborhood, and like after a certain time at night, like I think it was 10 p.m., they just basically said, we're not going to send anybody out. I mean, it was just like, because it's just like, if they got almost 100 phone calls. People are shooting off fireworks. Yeah, it's 4th of July.
I can't believe people call
the
fire department.
Well, no, I mean, it's just, and once again, I mean, and then people were complaining about the cops wouldn't come out, and the cops are like, what are we going to do? We're going to come out and say, well,
stop that.
You're going to stop at every block, every house, every third house, and say, okay, you got to stop. Okay, you got to stop too. I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious that there's things where they, there's too much, right? I mean, if it's somebody trying to make their own gunpowder and blowing up their garage or something, yeah, fine. But
everybody needs a hobby.
Everybody does need a hobby. But yeah, there you go. And I mean, and it's somebody mentioned leave the fireworks professionals. Look what happened to the goaltender for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Well, he got killed. I might be completely wrong. I remember reading it. He got killed, from what I understand, and it was that. And it's a tragedy. I mean, it sucks that he died, but I don't think he was hit by a firework. Like one of the people that was shooting off fireworks near him. And I don't think they had made their own fireworks kind of thing. It was just somebody had gone to a place where you can buy fireworks, and they then had fireworks, and they were setting them off, and the firework tipped over or something happened, and the fireworks started shooting into the direction that he was, and he was exiting like a pool, and he slipped and fell, and he injured himself severely, and that's what unfortunately caused his his death, which is awful. But I mean, and again, like I'll fully admit I read the first article about it, and that's the information that I had, and if it's changed since the first time I read it, then fine.
I don't know the data on this, but I know a lot more people who got injured from sparklers, including myself, than actual exploding into the air fireworks. Yeah. Like I know people, like when I was a little kid, I touched the end because I was like 4 and I burnt my hand really severely. And I don't like sparklers to this day. And I know a couple people who've stepped on them and they've gone like through their foot and stuff. So I think sparklers could probably meet their end.
Well, the weird thing about sparklers,
in my opinion,
is that like people forget that like that metal wire is like
red hot.
Yeah. When you get done, and some people are like, oh, they pick it up and they touch it.
Kid. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's definitely one of those things where I just like to say, they did change the response or whatever, like he was actually struck by a firework. So I do apologize. The first thing it said that like he had fallen out of the pool and gotten hurt. So I stand corrected. I was wrong on that one. So nobody has to like write me any evil emails or whatever. And the thing is that once again, I mean, and I'm not saying it. I'm totally not saying that it's fine that happened to that person or anybody else that was injured by fireworks. It's horrible. I mean, you need to be safe when it comes to fireworks, and like I know I told two hilarious stories about the mishaps we had when we were shooting those off, but the thing is that we actually like when we shoot ours off, it's like I actually like take the time to like construct like a thing to like hold those mortars in place so they don't tip over, when they are. I mean, thank God that one was all the way down, so when it popped out of the like contraption that I have that holds them into place, so it flipped up and landed on, I mean, but there's things like that you can definitely make things safer. But there are definitely those idiots that are like, I'm gonna hold the rocket in my hand and then I'm gonna let go of it. You're a moron. Just like those people drive me crazy. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just it's What's this, dear Pentos for Mr. Meister? No, I don't think so. I don't even know what that means. I'm not following along. But anyway, that's my thing. It's one night a week, and that includes like the professional stuff too, right? I mean, like there is a professional, like the American Crystal Sugar Corporation, who employs tons of people up here in the area where I'm at. They pay for a giant fireworks display that's shot off in the city of Moorhead, where I live, and they do it every year. You go in, like you can drive to the field house, and you sit down on the football field, and you can sit up and stare at the sky, and you can watch a professional fireworks display. And even that one had an accident one year. We were there watching it, and like one of the mortar shells that they shot like exploded like 10 feet off the ground and exploded, and hot shards scream into the crowd that was there. So yeah, so I mean,
they're explosives. What do you expect? I mean,
but
use your sense.
I guess that's part of the appeal, is the danger that something could go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always nervous when I'm watching fireworks. Like I do enjoy them, but I feel conflicted for many reasons. Like, is there a lot of animals being disturbed from their nocturnal habits right now? All the noise pollution and all that stuff. But I mean, they're delightful at the same time, but they're also deadly. So it's perfect for a holiday.
Cassandra, they want to know what's in your mug this evening. Coke. Does it have ice?
No. Why would you put ice in your beverage?
So it stays cold?
But I store my beverages in the fridge, so
I understand that,
cold.
but you do realize that like the temperature of the room that you're in then will warm up the beverage that's in your mug, right?
I do understand the concept that you're speaking of, but while that ice is in there, it's going to melt because of such things, and then you have watery Coke, which is
I guarantee you that my soda is colder than yours, and the only way to enjoy a soda is it to be literally just a stage below freezing. That is the only way to drink.
So, you don't get out much, do you?
No, that would give me a brain freeze.
All right,
Cassandra, just tell him, fuck off. Come on, Cassandra, just once.
Oh, she has. No.
No, in public.
Okay. So before I dive into the Jonna had a video that if you're not checking out her channel at One Flip Wonder, you really should. But she recently had a video about about board games being I don't know, some hippie idea about being eco-friendly or something. I don't know. But does anybody else have any grievances or anything to go through? So before we dive in there, Sandra, you've been around forever. You must have a grievance.
Somebody keeps bugging me about my colas.
I got a laser cutter, and it's very upsetting because we can't use it in our apartment. We have to like get a big filter because we vented it all outside, and we were doing good. You know, it's now outside. But our neighbors are like, "Oh my God, you have a fire in your like coming out of your window," and so they were like, "No, you can't use it," and they didn't say that we couldn't, but it's like, you know, we called the fire department and we're like, "Oh my God, we thought your apartment was burning down," and so
because of the smell.
Yeah.
it's so it smelled, but it also, we were venting it out one of our windows and it like wrapped around our building.
Oh no.
And so
what are you laser cutting?
Wood for the most part.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
You could get an inline fan and filter pretty cheap. Yeah, probably under $100.
Yeah, so that's what I gotta buy a filter. I think we're gonna have to do a HEPA filter to try to help with the smell a little bit, so it smells less like burning.
Yeah, probably
less.
Yeah.
It does smell like burning, but it was one of those things that I never even thought about our neighbors being like, your entire apartment's gonna burn down and it's gonna take all ours with us. And so now I have to wait to do more cutting. So that's upsetting to me.
There's always somebody coming in trying to ruin your fun.
Right?
Yeah, like somebody shoot off fireworks at midnight.
Oh. Or 10:30, 10 o'clock.
Oh,
10 o'clock, man.
Bunch of crybabies.
You are. It's more common courtesy, dude. You know, it's...
Like the only time I feel like it's okay to really shoot off really late fireworks is New Year's Eve into New Year's, because you're celebrating that mark.
Yeah.
And I'm like, sure.
Perfect. All right. So, no, so I wanted Jonna to be on here, and she said she was going to take a napper. Did you take a napper?
I didn't.
You didn't take a napper.
But I watched a very, very, very long John Wayne movie, so.
Oh, which one?
Kind of did it. It was the ones. It was like a lady's name, and it's her sons, like Kate Elder's sons.
Oh.
Sounds like
It's on Amazon. So, I mean, it was super duper slow, but at the end, it got exciting.
Yeah, I know. My uncle loves John Wayne. I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember it anymore.
I realize I talk way too much like John Wayne.
Now you're comparing yourself to John Wayne?
Whenever I hear myself recorded, like on this, I'll watch back. I'm like, why am I talking so slow? Did I have a stroke? What's wrong with me? And I realize I talk like John Wayne because he is also a slow talker. So I feel a little bit better about myself now.
I definitely talk very slowly occasionally.
Yeah, I think it's my mind processing.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. I'm trying to think like 4 steps a little bit ahead of what I'm trying to say. Right. But in doing that, the whole process gets slowed down. And I'm just like, yeah, we definitely need to do that thing. Yeah.
Does your husband say, like, why are you talking so slow? He does that to me all the time. He's like, just say it. I'm like, well, now I know. I'm just, more like John Wayne than I ever thought I was.
Well, that being said, I mean, now that I see the resemblance, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
you gotta change her name to Miriam.
Yeah. So back in middle of June, was that about when you did the video? Middle of June?
The initial one where I just said I was gonna start rating games with eco-friendliness, I did right at the end of June.
That's right. And then you had a
conversation.
Like you responded to the comments that you had, which was pretty good as well. So that was just yesterday.
Yeah.
But you had your big alarming what no one talks about in the board game industry.
Right. And I realized I said that a little too soon. But the good thing is, like, I truly believed that because and I didn't mean like no one's talking about it. I meant like people in the media. There's no other reviewers or.
And you made sure to look at like the most I say this lovingly, but you made sure you looked like the most frazzled librarian of all time during that video.
That was exactly what I was going for.
like you just got all of the first graders out during finger paint day, and now you've got to clean up their mess after they're gone or something.
Something like that. But anyway.
No, but I strongly see. There we go. I got Julie to be on. I sent her the link. So now we're outnumbered, Barry. For the first time ever on the Alaboom.
I'm used to it. That was most of my life, Lance.
Julie. Hi, Julie.
Hello.
Okay.
I'm just coming on to say hi, and then I'm jumping back off because I have.
What do you have to do?
I'm on a laptop remote, and this is not conducive to being on.
Right now? Where are you right now? Besides being on a laptop, are you at home?
Massachusetts.
Okay. By choice? Are you calling?
Yeah, no. So I'm at my coworkers. I'm at my coworkers' home for a couple days. We're working on some stuff, and then I'm on tour in New England.
Yeah, on tour. So if you guys don't know, Julie is
I'm on
basically
haven't seen my family in a year. Do all the stops, visit everybody, and then head back home tour.
Enjoy the humidity.
Julie is the well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the person who takes care of everything for Greenbrier Games, and does everything for them. So, you got anything cool you want to plug before you take off?
So Tales of Barbaria is coming out soon, and we're working on Fire for Light and Kathleen Mercury's game Valkyries.
Awesome.
So those are the things that are happening right now.
What's your next Kickstarter? When does it launch?
This fall.
And that's going to be what?
Can
you share?
I can't share yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, no, I was hoping I could just get you to come on briefly. So, do you know Jana? She has a YouTube channel by the name of One Pip Wonder, and she recently caused some ripples in the whole world of the board game world because she started talking about the environmental impact of the creation of board games.
Yeah.
And you as a publisher, and I've definitely heard discussions that you've had with people about. I think you're the CEO of Pave the Earth United and Death to Plants or something. I don't know. Julie's not following along at all. She's not getting my sarcasm in the slightest. No. So I mean,
don't think she cares.
There is a child's cartoon called Wildcrats, and one of the villains actually does that. Like, their only job is the only bad thing that they do is pave the earth, and that's her like villainous weapon.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, just think.
All right, off the subject.
Yeah, well, Wildcrats. What's the villain's name?
I couldn't tell you honestly. There's a couple of them. There's a chef that goes around and eats endangered animals, and
we went like real dark, real fast.
Nice uplifting cartoon.
It's all
kid
about.
Show.
It's a kid show. It's all about animals, and so of course then all the villains are like people that don't care about animals.
Super bad, yeah. No, in fact, I was back in high school. I was required to go on a live news covered debate when the semester I was in Japan to defend the United States' terrible choices for being environmentally unfriendly, and they were like, "Hey, you're from there. You get to go on and explain yourself in this news covered event." And I was like, I don't want to. I have no defense. What are you talking about? So it was a big deal because like they were like, okay, go. And I was like, the United States has no defense. We're terrible. We're horrible. And like started like, and they were like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing. I was like, but it's
true.
This is what's happening. So, but it's a pretty big topic right now. We're talking about it on the Gamma board. So that one of the things, because I also am on the education committee, is that we're talking about reaching out. So, hey, we're talking about reaching out to people to do panels to talk about what you can do in the industry to be more environmentally friendly. And I am now officially saying I would like to follow up with this later to see if you are interested in doing a panel for Gamma for people to watch.
Sure.
I mean, you don't. I'm gonna reach out and ask later. I'm not putting you on the spot right now to actually give an answer. But also talking to like different manufacturers to present what they're doing and what options they have when they manufacture. Awesome. Talking to retailers to talk about what people are doing and the pros and cons of whether it's effective environmentally, but also is it hurting them in when they receive it? Is it damaged? So the pros and cons. So yeah, we've been doing a lot of that for at least the Gamma board.
I'm so encouraged to hear that.
Yeah, oh, good.
Yeah, because I've gotten a lot of.
Despite Lance's sarcasm about me being apparently the evil overlord of smog and industry.
No, you are. I'm sorry. Your name would be Paisley Paver. Would be your name.
You know what? He was calling me a hippie, so.
No, Paisley Paver is the name of the person in Wildcrats that wants to pave the earth. and it's Gaston Gourmand is the one who wants to eat all.
Is the one that's
endangered
in my mind. That's just awful.
Yes.
Because of course you're saying that, and I'm reacting more to that because I'm vegan. So I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah. Paisley Paver would be the evil one there. Nathaniel Robinson logged in and he said, "Hey everybody," and then he like, "Hi Lance and panel and chat people," and then he immediately said, "This panel looks so much smarter this week than normal." So well done.
Can't wait to tell Robert that.
Yeah, well, there you go. How is my boy?
He's good. He's working on a magazine ad right now, so you could probably reach out to him. He's probably looking for a distraction.
Yeah. So you're going to Origins, obviously, because I think we've been talking about that a little bit. Are you any other? Are you Gen Conning? Are you BGG Conning?
Yeah, we'll be at Gen Con and Origins and Geekway to the West this year.
Gotcha. If they'll let us go to Essen, you're gonna go to Essen?
I will be attending Essen. Greenbrier Games will not be attending Essen, but I will be there.
That's if the German government allows Essen to happen. Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I think BGG Con is the only one we're for sure attending right now, and Essen's like in the air. It was kind of nice. I mean, I miss going to conventions, but it was kind of nice there for a year, just of not having to go to conventions, like you're not having to.
It was nice, but it's also been like part of the reason I'm doing this whole go to New England tour was because I can't get to the booth at Gen Con and freak out that I'm around all these people for the first time in a year and a half.
Yeah. I hear you.
Because super unprofessional to have a panic attack while people are trying to buy your products. I thought maybe I should ramp back up and get to a level where I'm not feral when people come to the booth.
Take an incremental approach.
It's always a plus.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I appreciate the like running off the dock, jumping in midair, realizing that it's still too cold to be in the lake water, being like, mistakes were made, but you're committed. But I don't think that that's the way to go for Gen Con for me.
Gotcha. Hey,
This
Forrest.
doesn't sound like a great idea.
Hello.
Right.
You never know.
Congressional nominee for us. Have you secured the nomination yet, by the way?
No. I have to do the primaries.
Okay.
And it's an uphill battle every step of the way.
Forrest is running for congressional office, he's trying to get the nomination from the Democratic Party for it. And what was your one thing? Your thing was make sex work legal. That was your.
That's not my one. Yes, that's my one thing. That's the only thing I'm running on.
That was about the most Lance thing to say, though. Let's be honest.
I don't mind.
Is that not under your?
No. It is. It definitely is. And but it's really quite interesting because I'm starting to see exactly what happens when you are a more progressive candidate, and it's really fascinating. You know, you hear about it with Bernie Sanders, Andrew Yang, Elizabeth Warren. A lot of these.
Wait a minute. Are you putting yourself on the same level as Bernie Sanders?
As an outsider candidate, and how you definitely feel like you get less support than potentially other people who are more likely to not bring up things like legalizing sex work, especially in Indiana, where it's very red. It's fascinating. It's going to be an uphill climb. It's an adventure, one way or the other.
That's exciting.
That is exciting.
It's something.
I want to see your Run Forest Run banner.
Well, I have to reach out to a law firm in New York City about using that because it is trademarked.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but your name isn't. It's Forrest, not Forest.
What? Forrest Gump is also spelled with 2 R's. Thank you for crushing.
That's unfortunate.
Well, I mean,
I'm
sure if you said
close.
This is what I stand for, make sex work legal, they'll be like, oh yeah, sign us up.
Are you focusing on that one?
I'm fairly certain this is my cue to say goodnight.
I thought we were talking about the environment.
Oh no, but Forrest is here, so I had to make fun. Okay, now seriously though, Forrest, we're gonna be diving into productions of board games. We're gonna talk about this for a little bit about board game production and how eco-friendly like board game production. I'm going to be taking a lot of what's what I'm looking for here? Devil's advocate roles during this conversation.
Oh, great.
Come on, Gringo.
Okay. I'm going to eye roll once.
Aww.
And then I'm going to go to bed. Have fun. Bye, guys.
Right. Bye. Hey, Jules, I miss you.
Come on.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna shut up. Lance. You take the floor. So, board games. Why they're destroying the environment? Go.
Well, they're not the only thing destroying the environment. Overconsumption is by far the thing that is destroying the destroying the environment.
No,
so I just want to make that clear.
His crazy ideas. He's the one destroying the government. Anyway, go ahead.
So yeah. So I don't think that board games are bad for the environment, but I also feel like there aren't a lot of options when I look at our board games for better practices that are less harmful for the environment. As I see when I'm shopping for my clothes or household items, even, vehicles are more eco-friendly or at least making an attempt. So for me, I'm like, there's a lot of essentials in our life that we need plastic. Like when you go to the grocery store, stuff's in plastic. There aren't really that many options. Some stuff might be in glass, but if you want to buy a box of blueberries, they're going to be in a plastic box. I guess my thought is like, if there's certain things that I don't have options for that are necessities like food and medicines, that sort of thing, why can't we start looking at our luxuries, like our board games, and thinking about ways where we can save the environment there, where the switch isn't going to be as painful, in some cases, not even noticeable, but publishers could be resourcing materials in a more sustainable way, or using less plastic, or choosing printing options that don't have plastic in them. So those sorts of things. And because it's something I care about and I think about a lot, when I didn't see a lot of other people talk, or like I said, I honestly didn't think people were talking about this at all until I had the big like hissy fit and said, is anyone talking about it? Then I finally got in touch with people and I realized, oh yeah, there's people working at this. There's publishers and designers who are passionate about this. And there are other people in the media who have tried to get this conversation going. So I was very encouraged by that. And I take it back. I am not the only one talking about it. So I'm correcting my wrong here tonight.
Are there any like specific like ideas that like, because I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it. Like what are some ways aside from getting rid of all the obnoxious plastic box inserts we don't need?
You obviously need to go to the Gamma panel that Julie's gonna host.
Yeah. The Gamma panel.
Gamma panel. Well, I'm all in favor of getting rid of those plastic inserts. I hate them. Mm-hmm. I despise them. I don't like it. I don't like how they are not made with expansions in mind. Usually they just aren't. Mm-hmm. It's just like, so like, oh, I got this expansion. Yeah, well, now you got to keep that box because, I mean, but then again, I don't have to because I've ditched those inserts a long time ago and I just use plastic baggies, which I'm sure are just as bad for the environment too. I mean, don't use plastic bags.
You don't want to
use don't have anything. Don't have anything fun. Don't have anything fun. It's all bad for the internet.
That's the thing. Like,
it's all bad.
Like I've been like the whole box insert thing. Like I am learning more about it because I'm not I don't know about the board gaming industry other than enjoying the finished product. But now that I've started to ask more questions and talk to some publishers, like inserts are kind of a necessity in some ways to getting the box to the customer in a decent condition. So can box inserts be biodegradable? Since they're being thrown away most of the time, like, so
I don't think everybody feels the same way I do about it. I'll just say that. I mean, it's just
that's true. You could keep the cardboard insert or whatever it's made out of, if you want that as the organizer. But I mean, there's so many different things, and let's see. For example, like a lot of games are made in China, and a lot of them are made so that they're as affordable as possible for the publishers to make them and be able to, I guess, make a profit on them. But then there isn't really any information from those manufacturers in China about where the wood's being sourced from, what type of paper's being used, how people are being treated in those factories. Like, it's just kind of a mystery. I guess that's something else that could be looked into a little bit more. So anyway, when I started talking about this, I basically just put the idea out there that I'd like the conversation to be out there. I'd like people to be talking about it more. And I decided when I would review a board game, I would give it an eco-friendly rating based off of my knowledge from the physical game and then whatever the publisher was sharing with consumers on their website. So that's kind of where I started, and I'm learning some more, but I'm not really an expert and I don't have the answers, but I'm sure there are people out there.
A lot of companies talking about that on like their websites and things about how they're making things more eco-friendly. Like, are you finding that information?
I don't.
Well, not so far. I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but like I did reach out to a publisher that recently gave me a review copy, and I explained that I'm looking at the eco-friendly impacts, or not the eco-friendly impacts, but the environmental impacts of board games. Could he tell me anything about the manufacturer? And he said that he knew it came from one of two factories in China, and he wasn't sure which one, and he'd get back to me. I was like, okay. I was really surprised that that was the answer, but I'm glad that he was like open to it and he would get back to me. But I think just having that information out there and that people are interested in knowing where their games are coming from and what the true cost of those games are. I think that's important for publishers to know. So anyway, a lot of people don't like this idea. I'm learning.
Well, I mean,
that's okay.
I think one of the biggest roadblocks, inevitably, it all boils down to Kickstarter. Publishers are competing with Kickstarter. Everyone on Kickstarter is competing with themselves. And it sounds like there's no easy solutions that are going to cost you the same amount while still being able to allow you to pound your chest and say, hey, we're being green here, unless you're doing something after the fact, like for every game we're going to plant a tree, like I think Force of Pangea did, and stuff like that. I just
there's a couple other companies I know. I think it's Sinister Fish. I think they're one that like they do like carbon. They buy carbon buys for basically like they take a certain amount of the stuff they get from their sales to invest in companies that take or basically donate for charity, like the fact that they're planting trees and revitalizing resources and things like that to offset their carbon footprint.
Well, I want to ask you, Lance.
I hear you. You're like, what do you mean?
No,
I want to hear this.
I got a question for you, Lance, because you're probably the best person to answer it of this group, undoubtedly. Look at your typical game that you send off to the manufacturer. What could be some potential things that are even offered that would be more green that the manufacturer would do, whoever you work through? Because I can't think of, I'm trying to think of what you could do. That would be cost effective.
You could make it all out of edible materials, so you could just play it once and then eat it, and then you wouldn't have to worry about that.
Oh, Lance DeFlat, that was a serious question.
It is a serious question. Yeah, could you go to a what is it called? An FSC wood instead of anything else, instead of a plastic, or like for your pieces in your games?
Not in China.
No, the problem. So it comes down to this. It's like it's like, and I'm not saying it's a good answer by any means, but I mean it comes down to this. It's like, oh, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna try to find, a more resource-friendly way to create this game. We're gonna, whatever that is. I'm not gonna. I mean, because one, I don't really know exactly. There's probably people in the chat room right now that have a better idea. Jonna probably has a better idea than I do. Jonna, whatever your name is, I don't know.
You got it.
Well, actually, I said Jonna, Jana, Jonah, Jana, Wana, whatever. Anyway, the whole point is that, the one thing is that we never make our boxes too big. Like, we always are trying to get our box as small as possible because shipping is just a freaking pain in the ass. So, it was one of those, so it's something where, I mean, I think we're already doing pretty good as far as that goes. I mean, we never fell for the whole thing. Splendor can fit in a freaking, you can put.
No one's attacking your company, Lance. Just answer the damn question.
You shut your mouth, Forrest. This is my
show. We make smaller boxes.
No, but a smaller box is totally a way.
Something that's true, because you're taking less plastic to wrap the box and shrink wrap. If you do have an insert, the insert's gonna be smaller, and like a smaller box, I feel like does possibly lend itself. Like, is that like a global solution to like a massive problem? No, but small little steps, I feel like, are an easy way to get into it, where it's not something that, all your cards are not going to be in plastic anymore. They're just going to float all around. Like, that's not an
option. Yeah, at this point.
Not shrink wrapping your cards and putting them like in those paper bands are a good way to, it's a tiny little thing.
Yeah.
But this is bottom line stuff here. That costs more money. Using like more wood in a game as opposed to plastic tends to cost more money.
Right.
So when it comes to these, like with margins as small as they are right now, I mean, as a publisher, it's like you're looking for every single way you can to still make a product that people are going to want to buy and own, that is going to make you as much money as possible so you can keep your company alive and afloat and going. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, if somebody steps in and says, well, this is the way it is and you need to change it. I mean, for example, look at the fact that like shipping prices are absolutely freaking insane. And they have been for a year. And we've been saying it. We've been screaming this from the mountaintops. And like only in the last like month or two of people will come around to the fact that like, holy cow, shipping prices really are insane. And these shipping companies show no interest whatsoever in lowering their prices anytime soon, because they realize people are willing to pay it. Like, oh, you still need your stuff from China. We don't have to get $5,000 for this container. We can get $15,000 for it, and you're still going to pay it. You're still going to pay us this money, and they're going to keep taking that money that they're going to have.
I've got a question. Is it?
No, I'm not done talking. So you can be quiet. You can be quiet for a moment. So the thing is that that's already one stranglehold. So if we keep having more and more of these strangleholds and all these different like choke points of everything, I mean, I don't think any company is out there like saying, well, yeah, I mean, just the more pollution we can belch out into the sky, that'd be better. If I can somehow ruin the earth and make $1 million, that's the way I want to go. We'd love to, but financially, it's just not an option. Why do you think all these games get made in China? I mean, perfect example. I mean, just as an aside here, it's like we had to have printed materials created, and it was like one of those things where it's like we could have them made in China for like a third of the cost of what a U.S. printer could make, but we needed it fast, and we didn't want to deal with the shipping the stuff from China. So we went to a company in the United States and said, can you print this stuff for us? And I'm not talking about game components or anything like this. Is like printed materials, like books and things like that. And they were like, yeah, sure. And they're like, we can do it for this much. And we're like, well, we don't really like that price, but it'll be done. And they said, we can get it done for you in 2 weeks. We're like, cool, awesome, let's do this. And because it will cost us next to nothing to ship to our warehouse, and then we'll have the stuff. And we're excited to have this stuff. And then it was like, they took our money, and then they were like, yeah, it's going to be like 6 weeks. It was just like, oh, well.
That's not what you said before.
That doesn't work for us. Well, COVID's not enough people working. Sorry. Okay, well.
I'm glad you shut down everything to complain about it.
No, but
I have a question for Jonah. Is it Jonah or is it Jonah?
But this is my point.
It's Jonna.
What we're talking about.
What I'm getting at here is that that's something where it's like, oh, well, we could have gone like and spent more money to have something done, and maybe we could spend more money to have something done like more ecologically. But the thing is that like it's one of those things where you end up sitting around and it's like, oh, well, this is less quality. It ended up costing me more money, and less of my customers want it. So I'm positive that if you approach publishers and said, I can get you all these components and I can get them made like in a better environment that is going to help out the earth, and you can get them for the same price and they're the same quality, they'd line up outside the door for it. But that just isn't the case. Why do we make everything in China? Because it's cheap. And,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, Lance, I want you to know, like,
hi, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Matt.
I'm a Wario. I'm going to win.
My name is Waramy. Destroy Jeremy.
I just want to put this out there that.
Hey, Matthew.
I realize that it's complicated, and I realize that a lot of game publishers are doing it out of passion, and they're not making millions of dollars. I totally get that. And that's why I'm aiming this conversation towards gamers and consumers and telling them that we need to be willing to say, yeah, I want the more expensive eco option. I want there to be an option. I want there to be shipping that is more green, and I will pay the extra $3, $4, $5 for that because I care about that. And that's part of my hobby.
You're trying to start the organic wave of board games, like that kind of thing, where it's like, hey, I'll pay the extra $10, $12.
I guess so.
Which a premium version would be a more economic friendly version.
Right. And now, I mean, I'm sure there are some, like, I know people are like, games are expensive enough, but do you know the amount of money that people spend? Like, what was that? The Unmatched Unity, or what is that? Marvel United game.
Okay.
And when people went all in on that, it was like $800, something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
That's about right.
Right?
Here's the deal,
people were spending hundreds of dollars.
Yeah,
on
but everybody
toys.
does. Everybody does
game,
that.
Like, I know, that's your option. That's your choice. I want an option that's eco-friendly. And I don't think there's anything wrong with asking people, like, is there a way we can go about this hobby with a more eco friendly mindset, a more thinking about the environmental impact? Because this board gaming hobby I love, but I also know it's a hobby based on consumership. And when I consume goods, like, I'm always thinking about the environment as much as I can. Like, I'm not perfect, but it's something I think about in every aspect of my life. So, and I know I'm not alone. So I don't think that, like, it's that crazy to just talk about it and consider it when I'm looking at my board games.
I'm not saying this backhanded. I think it's commendable that you even care about that kind of stuff, because people just, it's like, it's hot and it's cold, but it's not. It's actually, when you brought it up, I realized your passion. I was like, this has been brought up before, and it's been something that people have expressed before.
Yeah, and I realize that now.
There's other publishers that, like, of course, have also been doing it.
Now, have you looked into Hero Time? Have you contacted them? Because I just found out about this. Apparently, there's a board game manufacturer in China that offers creators and publishers manufacturing and other board game services, is the first foreign-owned factory in China to exclusively deal with the manufacture of board games and card games. But they're all about how green they are and how they do a bunch of different things to be more green, like stickers on the side of boxes as opposed to plastic. And it looks like, I mean, because I would be very interested to know what kind of games they published. Because I didn't even know this was existed, but I'm just glad you brought it up, because now it's like, now
that's
I know
super
there
cool.
is a company.
Yeah.
So
thanks for sharing that.
I just met with a client today about a new game they're doing, and there's a recycling and sustainability component to the game, to the theme of the game. All the bits in the game, including the box and everything, are made from recycled materials.
Mind you, it's part of the Realms title with 7,000 miniatures.
Yes, I didn't know. And we talked about it, and it's like, well, why don't we? We're not going to do shrink on it. Obviously, it's going to be stickered. And
what game is this, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't think I can say. I'm not. It's
okay.
He does, my Lance.
That's cool though.
Yeah, just because. So I mean, but like, what I mean. Can you tell me what the publisher is? Who the publisher is? No, you can't.
No.
Tell me anything. Tell me other thing other than this mythical game that may or may not exist.
So I'm just
nice way to be a one-upper, Matt, and have nothing to back it up with.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's.
I'm just saying there's this game,
and
I know it's super cool and super sustainable, but I can't say.
Well, I may be able to say, but
one-upper. Wannabe.
I haven't asked about this particular thing, so I can't speak for that. But
so
I think it's just my point
response to that is that it's very possible that you could do that. right? I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is that game is probably on the smaller spectrum of like components. I'm guessing it probably doesn't need a lot of wood components in there. Probably doesn't need a lot of plastic components. And it's just because as games get more complex, when you start talking about multiple cuts of chipboard, different boards, plastic pieces, wooden pieces, I mean, it just becomes so exponentially difficult to get those games created and made that, I mean, it's just, oh yeah, well, we want to make sure all of this stuff is eco-friendly. I mean, that's admirable. This $60 game, instead of costing $60, is going to cost each of our customers $160 because we want to do it this way.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I mean,
that sucks. That's the. I mean, and I'm throwing numbers out of my ass, right? But I mean, it doesn't matter if it's $20 more or if it's $100 more. You have a window that's about this big to get people excited about your game and get them to give you money for that game before the next shiny has come out.
Yeah.
And if $20 more is going to keep them from buying it, you're a company that's going to be out of business.
So
I hate to say it to Lance completely.
Just a point about shiny, like let's talk about the box cover. Like, you don't necessarily have to change what's in the box, but if you choose to do a linen box cover instead of a glossy box or a box that has the spot UV, like, that's much more environmentally friendly. Is that something that would be conceivable? Like, that would be an option.
It's so cheap, and it makes people want to buy the game.
I know, but that's the sort of thing where, like, you're not changing the experience of the game. It's the box
No, but
cover.
I'm changing the likelihood of that person buying that game, which is, again, like I said.
Well, that depends whether your customer is someone who cares about the environment and doesn't want the glossy. Or no, and not that your customers don't care, but they would pay extra for that option as opposed to someone that
Lance is saying, like,
would
looking
like the
on
glossy
shelf, I'm gonna be more drawn to something that's spot UV because it catches my eye. That's what I find.
Right. But for me, I'm gonna be drawn to the one that isn't shiny because I know what the cost of that is to the environment. So it's like, who are you advertising for? I totally understand I'm the minority.
For every board game cover that has spot UV on it, one baby hedgehog is murdered. Is that?
No, it just can't be recycled.
One Bigfoot
it's non-recyclable.
Bigfoot dies. We gotta get rid of this right now.
I mean, there's got to be aqueous coatings like spot UV that are eco-friendly.
Well, if there's plastic mixed into the printing, it'll eventually become a microplastic.
I don't know. I just throw all that stuff in my recycle bin and they take it, so it must be being recycled.
Well,
right.
It goes right back to China and buried.
When I go to a music festival, I can drink out of a cup, a plastic, what appears to be a plastic cup, but it's corn.
Hey, I got a big giant blue bin that the city gives me, and they say I don't have to sort anything. I can throw all my recyclables in there, and they pick it up no matter what. I put a couple gallons of paint.
Well, Lance, I have a recycling documentary for you.
No, I know. The sad fact of those things is that you can't get people that are willing to go and work that crap ass job of sorting through it. So what most places end up doing is finding some like third world country that is willing to pick it up and take it themselves, and they just end up dumping it in the ocean somewhere, probably.
Yeah.
So in New Brunswick,
it is sad. Yeah.
In New Brunswick,
it is a process that makes us feel good about ourselves that isn't really doing much of anything.
And John, I hate to piss on your Cheerios, but the board game industry is marketing towards the general. The people who care about the environment are really in the minority. I mean,
I totally get that.
And people aren't going to spend the money to do the things that have to be done to get it green.
My concern too is though. My concern is like you mentioned, because I'm in the business, because I'm a graphic designer and I know about inks and prints, stuff like that. I know that.
Oh, he knows about inks.
What you say about the spot UV is valid. but John Q. Public that goes to the game store and sees one versus the other, spot UV and non, the chances of them knowing that one is good for the environment or better for the environment than the other.
That's why I'm talking about it.
No, I know.
I want people to care when they see it. I know it's shiny. I know it's pretty. I know that's what you want to buy because I fight that instinct. But I also care about what happens to the stuff after I'm gone.
Scott Alden, what are you doing in the chat? You're traveling.
Johnny, you got to brand this. You got to get the mindless momentum out where just people do whatever the hell they're told, and you'll get the greener board game industry.
I think
you can start the movement. Go ahead.
I think it's just
I'm trying. That's all. I'm just trying to start
You're not trying hard enough here. You got to go for the big guys, not us.
Well, I mean, I know. I really do think that is the case. It would have to start from the top. We would need companies who would say, "We're going to do this."
Yeah, I meant the influencers, not the companies.
Listen, like I've connected with Derek. If you watch my video that I posted yesterday, you'll be able to see the whole interview. He works as a he's a sustainability consultant. And he's a research scientist, and he loves board gamers. He's like a hardcore gamer. But he's also reaching out to different publishers and saying, hey, what do you guys want to talk about this? And he's hearing crickets. He's like, he wants to get the conversation going too. And he cares about this hobby.
Yeah, not
and he's the one that's saying, like, look, if you want to grow this hobby and have hobby board games that are high quality and well designed in Targets and Walmarts, you're going to have to meet their sustainability level. So if this industry is going to grow in the way that the world is going in the big picture, everyone's going to have to start thinking about this. And I feel as a reviewer and someone who cares about this, like it's only going to push publishers and designers to know, like, consumers are behind this too. At least some of them care about this.
I'm pretty sure as long as you're able to make Target a little scratch, they're not going to really care what's going on.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, I see the local boutique stores doing that, taking an initiative more than the big box stores.
Yeah.
But they do have sustainability like requirements, and and doesn't Kickstarter?
Is it lip service though, or is it actual like?
I'm sure it is to some degree. I'm sure there's like greenwashing and whatnot, but to some level, there's gonna have to be some movement or some conversation about.
I'm sure.
But before, I mean,
I hope so.
I don't want to.
I hope it's not just lip service. Like,
yeah, me too.
I don't.
I want to keep talking about this, but remember I told you about like the companies are saying, oh, we're like paying for this bush to be grown, so we're offsetting our carbon footprint. And Jana, you went, you made that noise twice, so you just like.
So did you guys watch? Did you get to watch the video at all? The section about carbon off emissions and planting trees.
I remember Al Gore, like he paid for all that money so he could fly his plane all over the place.
No. In the actual video I made.
If you watched my video, Lance, I remember Al Gore.
I see it's on my to watch list. I did see
Al Gore was not in that video. It wasn't mentioned. I guess like I thought planting trees was like a really cool thing for companies to do, but then like I think Panda Games, like they said that they were gonna plant a tree for every 1,000 games that they manufactured.
That doesn't seem like very much.
It doesn't seem like very much. But they're making an attempt, I guess. I don't know. I was just like
4 trees to make a
shocked and disgusted at the same time.
I mean, I could go plant that many trees.
Like obviously they're making an effort to plant 1 tree every 1,000 games for people like me, but it feels like the littlest possible attempt ever.
We should just do nothing and just continue paving the
please,
earth.
yes.
Like
please just do nothing.
Just Marge versus the TV channel.
So here you go. This is Sinister Fish, and I'm not talking about them. I know
Sinister Fish is doing more.
So here's Sinister Fish.
what I
This is,
understand.
I'm just going to quote you Sinister Fish, and I know the guy who runs it, and he's a nice guy. And
Nice guy.
I've actually talked to him a little bit.
Oh, well, just aren't you cool? Anyway, no, Villagers right now. I think their Villagers expansion is on Kickstarter right now. You can go check it out if you want to. Who cares? Anyway, so their environmental policy is just this: climate change is the most pressing concern of our time. With so much at stake, we don't think it's enough for businesses to aim for carbon neutrality. Rather, they must become carbon positive. For its part, Sinister Fish Games will partner with the registered charity Tree Sisters to fund tree planting in an effort to capture more carbon than we emit. Continue to power and heat our office space with 100% renewable energy. Continue to recycle our waste paper and cardboard. Use FSC certified wood products in our game. Seek out and act on ways to further reduce our emissions and our single-use plastics.
I got a question for you, Lance. Is FSC?
Can I finish, or are you just?
Can
Well, I
you
just
finish his
reading out about
20-minute
the
statement?
Oh no, this has a long thing. Then he talks about how they calculate their emissions and then what they're doing to compensate for it. And it talks additionally about the partnership with Tree Sisters.
Yes. So it's like we multiply our 15 tons CO2 episode by 1,000, plant 15,000 trees, and we're fairly comfortable with giving more than we took. Until a better solution comes to mind, we'll do whatever the same every time we manufacture from now on based on the weight of the goods produced. So they in 2021 cool. They funded the planting of 15,000 trees. They donated to Black Lives Matter, some other things.
15,000 trees. So that's 15 million games from Panda GM. That's maybe bad.
Well, they should just do nothing, right?
Yeah,
they should just do nothing at all instead.
There's nothing at all.
They should actually go and burn forests down.
No, I just have a question for you, Lance, because you're the best person to answer here. Damn it! In all your time with working with manufacturers at both TMG and Gray Fox, has an eco-friendly option ever even been pitched to you by any of the people that you've discussed it with, either internally or from the manufacturer?
May I speak as a legal from Gray Fox and TMG? You don't have to answer that, Lance.
I can safely say it's been suggested or offered 0% of the time. They come back with a quote for the cheapest price that they have.
Okay.
If you want to do that, if you want to explore that, you have to say I want to explore this as an option.
You
know,
have
you done that?
There are options.
So to be like the only time I ever had anything to do with manufacturing, I mean, I'm not just saying because it's easy to pick on TMG. TMG was the only company I did the manufacturing stuff for, when I talked to like Panda and stuff like that to have stuff made. So I can't speak for Gray Fox Games. I know it sounds evasive, but I'm not even going to use conjecture at this point as to what we do. I know that we actively try to look for like the most environment friendly possible way we can handle our shipping. I know that both Josh and Shane feel very strongly about that, because they've talked about that, about how that's something we look at. So we're not as far as the process that we use to get our games to people and stuff like that. We look for better options as far as that for eco-friendly. But I know for a fact TMG, it was just like how it was definitely scale it down, and I think we spot UV'd everything. Honestly, I didn't even know the whole thing of spot UV that you can't recycle that cardboard. It's just kind of like, oh, I didn't even know that.
I didn't know that either.
Right, wow, that's terrible. That is really bad.
I mean, that's the whole.
Well, I mean, like I said, I just pour old paint cans into the sewer grates, and that's fine, right? I mean,
recycle the cans.
No. I just throw those into the yard, my neighbor's yard. Let him deal with it.
I think the whole point here that I really love seeing is this conversation, because I've had it over and over again where people are like, "Oh, I didn't know that." I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't know that either until someone told me," and I think it's important to know.
Amen. Absolutely.
So
we are all more informed.
I'm not here. I don't want to take away games. This is my hobby. I like playing pretty games.
You hate games. You hate games. And you hate gamers.
Well, I
Especially the
feel
ones who
like
use a lot of
people
carbon.
think that, but
I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to hate us.
Passively aggressively.
I made a poll on it. I'm really fascinated
I
to see
like that passive aggressive bullshit.
Yeah.
like, would people be like, let's just open it up right here. Full honesty, what percentage would you be willing to pay if it was a Kickstarter option where they say, all right, here's the eco-friendly option, we have a regular option. Of everyone here, what would you be willing to pay? For me personally, zero. I mean,
zero.
I mean, I hate to say it, but that's just my financial situation. I'm down with zero, but I'm sure.
It would really depend on the game, I guess, for me. But I mean,
Yeah,
it
thematically.
would also depend what
Like
they were
thematically.
offering.
No, thematically, if it worked thematically, like Earthborn, the Earthborn game that's coming out. We talked to the guy, and he actually is like very big on this stuff. Like he's very big on it because the game is actually built around this theme. And you know, I'll pay fucking 30 extra bucks or something like that if it's like a thing and it's donating to something. Like we had a clinic had a COVID expansion. And pretty much they almost got kicked off of Kickstarter because they had to change the wording, but really all the profits were just going to COVID research. And I was fine with that. Like he could have tacked that on to anything, but he was just trying to find a roundabout way to donate.
Hey, $5. We did for science, $5 for every pledge.
I'd pay a few extra bucks as long as they could, as long as
validated
the message out to me in the campaign that
what the purpose was.
What the purpose was, and they need. I hate to say it, but they need to sell me on it because I
like you don't want BS.
I need to know that they're serious about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree. Like if I was looking at a Kickstarter and you know the next tier would be like I don't know, like no shrink wrap. I would pay extra for that. But I know that's like not probably a conceivable option, but just as an example.
Just realize that you're paying for a highly customized product. And with a highly customized product with a low amount of pledges for a specific SKU is going to cost a lot.
Yep. So like
it's just like having a cardboard version of Gloomhaven, like all cardboard version of Gloomhaven. Like, you know how much money he probably had to pay for those 500 people that wanted to get the copy of that game. Just lost money basically.
Yeah, I love it. It was a luxury to be able to do that, basically.
And like it was a luxury for him to be able to take that loss, basically. So he has a whole bunch of probably still sitting at Amazon from the first print run that he bought a whole bunch of because he had to at least get a decent price. And that's because he did it for the backers. And that's fine if you have that ability to do, but otherwise it's gonna go to a major cost to the backers.
So I have a question, if I may. What would, like, from the publisher side of it, or the like game creator side of it, this was not my idea, but like the idea was brought to me, like, what if someone would publish like an evergreen game that sells really well, but make it a like
I see what you're saying.
an eco-friendly edition, like an eco-friendly edition of Ticket to Ride.
How about
the plastic was like from a recycled plastic.
Doesn't that beat the purpose by just making more copies?
Well, they're making more copies of Ticket to Ride all the time because they know it's a bestseller. It's a family game, and families care about kids in the future and the world around us. So it would sell, it would be a really like.
But do you
Ticket to Ride sells? So like it would be at least an experiment.
I feel you.
But do you think it would be cost effective for the manufacturer? They got to retool everything in order to do this.
Why would they have to retool anything?
I'm sure you can't miss the plastic inks with the
what if you got like Lego to make little toy trains from the recycled like Lego option?
Well, then you got to retool the molds and the whole process. It's not like, hey, we can just do this. There's cost and everything.
Or you
or
you run into the problem of the factory you're dealing with not being able to do that.
Yeah.
So you have to get some other factory to do the exact same molds because they won't share the molds.
Yeah.
So it's going to cost them that way.
So it'll cost extra, but
probably likely.
And then you got all the planning
the
involved
special
with
edition,
that.
like my nephew got the special edition for Ticket to Ride, where all the molds had, all the little trains had like little giraffes sticking out of them and stuff. They did it for that. It would be an investment, but it would be with an environmental goal.
That also costs what, 4 times as much as the original game?
Right. And this would too. Like, I know, like, we invest in the future. Like, my husband and I, like, this is what we believe in. We pay extra for our toothpaste. We pay extra for organic clothing. Like, we know it costs more to do a more sustainable choice, for that more sustainable choice. So it's gonna cost more in our board game.
That's not the like 63% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a really hard sell. So you're looking
but people buy board games. Like, people spend money on these board games. Like,
can we just have hemp board games? Is basically what you're saying.
Down. There we go. That solves all of our issues.
Wait, what did you say?
Hemp board games? Just hemp board games?
Just hemp.
Waterby has an opinion. And it works.
I'm going to that website to see what they do differently.
Hemp books, hemp paper,
it costs too much.
Hemp. Is that what you're saying? Hemp?
Yeah.
It'll cost too much, Jeremy. You have to have a special license to grow hemp in this country.
I know that. But not in other countries.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Everything's legal in China.
I'm in tonight. Dude.
I really enjoy this conversation, by the way. I'm glad you brought it up. I think this is
I think the shit that you got in the groups was absolutely ridiculous. But I often like when you have conversations like this, and you really realize how much people don't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
You know, like
you
realize how much people don't give a shit. Like they really just want to do their thing and not care about much else other than let's just play this board game. But they don't understand some of the small things that impact. And that's often, that goes to any topic.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
it's true.
And the environmental issues you're talking about.
Some people don't even care about the theme of a board game.
That's true.
That like is literally like you're just killing and massacring people.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like sometimes people just don't care. They really don't. And then when you bring it up and you want to have just a conversation as if you were at the table.
Yeah.
They don't want to have that conversation.
That's
like,
true. Yeah.
Wait, aren't we at the table? Sort of. You know, like can we talk?
Well, honestly, like the feedback that I got, I mean, nothing's worse than being all excited and passionate about something and hearing crickets. Yeah. Honest, like that is the absolute worst. So yeah, I got feedback that wasn't on board and was dismissive, and I mean, that's fine. That's part of the conversation.
John,
I think it's great.
I'm curious, John, out of your followers, how many of them are like core followers? Is it like
do you mean like how many subscribers I have?
Yeah, out of them, how many are like core subscribers?
Gosh. Well, my channel is like quite a mixed bag, because I have quite a few that are just diehard Spirit Island fans and probably don't care anything about like the family weight and kid games. So I think at least half are Spirit Island fans. And then I don't know, like
it's really hard to answer.
I have less than 1,500 subscribers, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably why you got crickets. Your audience isn't really big enough.
No, it's not really big enough.
You got the core followers.
And I mean, I did a video in the Dice Tower about a year ago about like eco-friendly board gaming, and that also didn't receive a lot of attention or conversation. So, and the only reason I posted that video initially on the Dice Tower that was about like eco-friendly gaming, and I asked people if anyone was concerned about the environmental impacts of the hobby, was because people started posting the pictures of the Terraforming Mars expansion where they bagged every single gold cube individually. That just put me over the edge. And now this is where I am.
Does anybody know why they did that?
I had an eco-anxiety breakdown when I saw those pictures.
Wait, was that know why they did that though? That's the weird thing is that each cube was wrapped. Why on earth?
They said they didn't want them to get damaged, or it was something like the manufacturer was like, "This is the best way to get them all there in perfect condition." I don't really know.
The worst I've ever seen was from Adam's Apple Games. They had a beer making game a couple of years ago that I believe came with like 80 bottle caps, and every single freaking bottle cap was individually in its own little.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And it was just like, why?
Yeah. Why?
This website though on Hero Time is actually pretty fascinating. They have a whole section which is exactly what they do that's eco-friendly, and they break down about how much more expensive it is, and it doesn't look too terribly expensive. From the offset, they're like, they use a special eco-friendly printing and ink that costs 2 cents more expensive per sheet. They use the FSC renewable paper, which I think you talked about, which is 12 cents more per sheet. Like they've got
That's
like
really cool that
there are certainly easy choices.
That's all laid out.
There are some easy choices you can make. It's when you get the more custom bits that the choices get harder and harder.
Yeah.
The suppliers get harder and harder to find. Lance, I got approval from Ben. It was Floodgate.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. That fits them. And I think their audience will actually like that as well. And they're pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, Ben's great. He really makes a point to try and find something unique about every single game that he does, to try and either give to a special interest group or in this case make it more sustainable, or out of sustainable products. And I think it's one of the reasons why I love working with him.
That's awesome.
He had nothing but nasty things to say about you when we talked. I'm just telling you. I mean, it was really nice of you to say such nice things about him. But man, Ben, he's never liked you.
We were talking about you today, and it was kind of the same experience I had.
No, I know that's not the truth, because he wouldn't be married to his lovely wife if it wasn't for me. So and he wouldn't have that charming, beautiful daughter of his. So you're
and Lance never lets him forget it.
No, I officiated their wedding, and I'm the one that told him.
And he never lets him forget that.
Yeah, and I got I remember I got taken to task by a minister about the fact that by doing that I cheapened the marriage process, because I wasn't a person of the cloth. But anyway,
when my cousin got married a long time ago, her first marriage, the officiant, or might have been a pastor or something, started talking about divorce before he started doing the whole ceremony thing. And talk about awkward.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, well, just so we can, Jonna, I applaud you for making shining more light. No, I applaud you for shining more light on this process, right? I mean, it's like, and I think the fact that you recognize that it's an uphill battle, and that you are, obviously you are rowing against the current, but I mean, it takes people like you to do it. I mean, somebody has to be the first person, and then eventually more and more people will join in, and
keep the conversation
hopefully
going.
We can have an extremely positive outcome, at some point in the future. I mean, it stinks that that's where we're at. I mean, like I said, the tough thing is that most publishers, like I said, I mean, it's like they're small business. I mean, they're
in a hard place.
Small businesses, and they are not in a place where, it's like where they have to keep your margins low, and it is razor thin, and you got to keep those, and there's no good answer, for them. right? I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, well, why don't you do this? And it's like, because I don't have the option of doing that. You know, I wouldn't have
Right.
this company anymore if I did that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's ultimately, like, sadly where people are at, you know, when it comes to stuff like that. So, anyway,
Well,
go
thanks.
check out our channel. Go check out One Pip Wonders. Where'd Forrest go? I was gonna make him go in the box.
What?
Oh,
there
I'm
you
gonna drink.
Put away a snake.
You know,
That was not any sexual connotation. It's
Let's
an
not brag. Let's not brag here.
and a clog.
Yeah, I bet you did. I bet it was. I bet it was.
Oh, like a snake.
Oh, am I leaving? Is that the plan?
Well, no, I mean, it's been so long since I made you go in the box.
All right.
So,
all right. I'll be back.
Here we go. We're gonna do in the box. And
So I leave, right? That's the one where I leave.
Yeah, that's the one where you leave. It's gonna be, well, it's the classic. It's Forrest Stump.
Okay.
We'll call it by the. So I'm gonna give 10 questions. The peanut gallery here is going to guess how many they think he's gonna get right. So remember, these are questions that I'm asking Forrest these questions. Remember that. We lost Cassandra. Where'd she go?
She just waved goodbye.
Oh. All right. Well.
Oh.
I wasn't sure if she was waving goodbye to Forrest or not, but.
Well, where's Barry? Barry, are you there? Or you just turned off your camera?
He's muted.
He's rolling a joint.
No, well, he would.
He was doing that earlier.
He would do that on camera because he just, you know, he's a big believer in. There he is. All right, here we go. This is question number 1. The painting La Gioconda has a more famous name. What is it? They may have a guess.
Mona Lisa?
That is the Mona Lisa. That is absolutely correct.
I was like complete.
I'm glad the professional artist knew.
So Will Forrest know that?
No.
I guessed.
Yeah, but question number 2. A group of lions is known as what?
A pride.
Pride.
All right, very good, very good. Anybody a fan of the movie The Titanic?
Sure.
Seen it.
Yes.
What year did it come out?
1997.
Very good, Matthew. Look at you, 1997.
Again, that was a guess, but okay, cool.
Everybody knows. Well, I shouldn't say everybody knows. Everybody knows that Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon. But what was a proud American, Neil Armstrong? What was the name of the first American to go into outer space?
What? No.
What?
No, he was the orbit. Glenn was the first orbit. Give me a minute.
Buzz Aldrin?
No, it's the first Gemini program. Shepard? No. He died in Apollo 1. What was that?
Alan Shepard was right there.
Was it? Okay.
Was he in the Right Stuff movie?
They're all in the Right Stuff.
Yeah. It was the first 7. I think he died in Apollo 1 in that fire.
But Will Forrest know Alan Shepard?
I don't think so.
Number 5. How many of Snow White's 7 dwarfs have a name that ends in Y? Warby, what do you got for me? How many of Snow White's 7 dwarfs has a name that ends in Y?
6.
Yeah, all except for one.
Doc.
All of them. All of them.
What's the answer?
5. 5.
5.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Who's Doc and who?
Bashful.
Bashful.
And Doc.
Full, yeah.
I mean, I'm really.
I think he might get
These are really hard.
Like Lumpy, Dumpty, Plumpy.
I've got him at 3 so far.
All right, Heineken beer. Heineken beer originated in what country?
He'll get that.
Holland.
What country? Holland's not a country.
Sorry.
He won't get this.
Yeah, you're right.
The Netherlands. What you're.
Yeah, you're right.
You mean New
All
York?
right, here we go. Barmy, you'll know this. An APGAR score APGAR is given to what?
Oh, I don't know.
Must be medical if he's saying you.
It is medical. That's why I thought he'd know.
But I don't know that. I don't know.
It's given to newborn babies. It's their overall health, the APGAR score.
Just so you know, I did get hired.
I have heard that.
I did get hired in the hospital in a prosthetic area where I ordered surgical parts, and I had no medical background. She just thought I could learn the job. Thank God she was great. But
thank gosh you were right.
Yeah.
So Dr. Apgar is the name of the guy from A Matter of Perspective episode of The Next Generation.
Yeah, that's true. All right, here, question number 8. Name the 6 weapons in a game of Clue.
Whoa.
The knife, candlestick, the rope, the
Gun.
wrench.
The wrench, yeah.
Knife.
The gun.
And one more.
Missing one.
Pipe.
No,
Lead pipe. There you go.
Pipe.
The
Okay. I thought somebody said that.
There's always a clue question. Every week there's a clue question. Whether
I try to give them a clue question. They're fun. What famous novel begins with "Call me Ishmael"?
Moby Dick.
Yeah.
Moby Dick. That is correct. And then the final question, question number 10 is, what is, of the 7 continents, which one is the driest?
I don't think we'll get Antarctica.
It is Antarctica.
I don't think we'll
It
get
is.
it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get that one. I got 3.
All right, Jonna, how many do you think he's going to get right?
3.
5.
4.
Barry said 3.
I say 3.
John, did you go to 4?
I said 4.
I think Matt said 5.
Matt said 5?
Is it all right if he doesn't get the ones I?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
He's good. Okay.
What's the number? And Jeremy, Warby.
We're going to 3.
How many is Forrest going to get right?
3.
3. So we've doubled up there.
That's
Now
a
we're away
hard
from
week.
the-
What is his average?
Low.
5 or so.
Yeah, but
It depends on the week.
I kind of went a more difficult.
I had a hard week when I went on it.
Oh, quit your crying.
It's
Yeah. Well, yeah, yours is American centric. Yeah.
Well, it's the most. It's the best country in North America. So. Canada's in the top. Canada's in the top 3. Canada's in the top 3.
Canada's in the top 7 or so.
It's got nothing to be ashamed of. No, what are you drinking? What are you drinking this evening, there, Warmy?
Oh, brother. This one here, new stuff. It's called New Griff. It's called New Griff. It's interesting. It's an interesting taste. Yeah, it's a little on the sweeter side. It's a little on the sweeter side, but I like it.
Is it bourbon? Scotch?
Yeah. This is bourbon, man.
What is
bourbon tonight?
That's a cool bottle.
It's rare, but I'm going with bourbon tonight.
All right,
Cheers to everybody.
we'll give him a thumbs up here so he sits down. So maybe he'll look at his monitor as he's like moving a tent around behind him. It's his green
screen.
Oh, so you can hear us.
Oh, so you can hear us then.
I can hear you.
All right, here we go. Forrest, are you ready with your 10 questions? Peanut
More
Gallery,
ready.
you can feel free to make your guesses as well, but you can't win any Alaboom bucks here. All right, here we go.
Let's go.
Are you ready? It's been a long time since you've been on Forrest Stump.
Kids get up early now.
All right, here we go. Question number 1. The painting La Gioconda has a more famous name. What is it?
Nope. Let's see. La Gioconda. The something Conda.
My anaconda.
Mona Lisa.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Bing.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa is correct, sir. You got that one right. So we'll just put a little check mark here.
Okay.
And we'll move on to question.
Not getting shut out. Booyah.
Not getting shut out now. Question number 2. A group of lions is known as a what?
Isn't it a pride? Let's go pride.
Final answer?
Yeah.
Ding!
I'm feeling pretty good about my number.
I don't know if I've ever got a row before. I think that's the new thing.
All right, here we go. Question number 3. You a big fan of the movie The Titanic?
It was good.
What year did the movie Titanic come out?
Oh, man. It was the 90s. It was 90s. All right, my heart will go. Okay, so this is how I'm going to do it. Actually, my first kiss was at a roller skating rink to My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion. So I can base it off that time period.
I thought you were going to talk about how you were stealing a popcorn tub on a
By
date at a movie
Celine
again.
Dion.
No. My first kiss, Tasha Powell. Oh, man. 12
I know
years old.
You were 12 years old.
12 years old. She was the cleaning lady.
No, Tasha.
Actually, I'm gonna go with 1997.
Damn.
Final answer?
Yes.
Ding!
Oh!
Wait, you gotta let us say final answer.
He's on a roll.
I connected it was my first kiss. I remember that, and I figured the movie had to come out the year before.
So Jana Forrest once told us the story about the fact that he on a date took a girl to a movie, and then he said, "Hold on, you want popcorn?" And she said, "Yeah." Well, hold on, I'll go get some popcorn. And that was a movie theater that had the policy of, "Oh, we'll refill your popcorn tub once or whatever." And so he got up and he took a popcorn tub out of the garbage.
No,
That every time I visit, by the way, this is.
And then,
you should be proud of him, Donna. He
had
recycled.
him fill up the popcorn tub.
He's recycling.
And then he came back, and she's like, "You got popcorn? Yeah. How could you get popcorn? You left your wallet back here." You left your wallet here.
I know the girl behind the counter.
God damn it, man. Damn it, man.
Dude, that popcorn costs like $13, and I used to be a cinephile. I'm saving that money.
All right. Here we go. Question number 4. Okay, we all know that Neil Armstrong was the first man to walk on the moon.
Yeah.
Okay. But can you name the first American to go into outer space?
Oh, no. Hell no. This is just nothing. Sure. Trick question. We'll go with Buzz Aldrin.
That's what I
Final
said.
answer?
I don't know. Yes.
And
No clue.
Buzz Aldrin. He actually went as an astronaut. He had one of the lunar conspiracy people, like we never went to the moon people, approach him and on film. He said, "Swear, put your hand on this stack of Bibles and swear you never set foot on the moon." And Buzz Aldrin, like a 70-year-old man, just clocked the guy right in the face.
I remember reading that. I think it was a YouTube video I watched that it would actually have cost more to fake the video as well as they did what it actually cost to travel.
Yeah, but that's a fun little video to watch. As this guy's and he's just like, "Get out of my way." He's like, "Swear on this Bible, you've never been just bam, just punches the guy."
Once you hit 70, you stop giving a fuck.
Yeah. All right. Okay? How many of Snow White's 7 dwarfs have a name that ends in Y?
Oh shoot. Sleepy.
I'll give you a hint. It's a number between 1 and 7.
Sleepy, dopey.
Well, it could be between 0 and 7.
Yeah.
Oh. I gave him a hint. I gave him one. I gave him some
False
help here.
information.
I've seen this movie once in my life and I was unimpressed. How many of them do not end with Y is the question?
How many of Snow White's 7 dwarfs have a name that ends in Y?
Wait, there's Doc. So it's not 7. Doc's one. I think Doc's 1. Sleepy, dopey. I think they're all stupid names, but then Doc's supposed to be the comedic relief. Oh, look, his name's different. I'm gonna go 6.
Final answer?
Yes.
And it is 5. You forget the one named Bashful.
Oh.
Bashful.
I wouldn't say I forgot it.
Well, yes, but you didn't know it. How about that?
I wouldn't say that either.
All right, fair enough. Forrest, Heineken beer. It originated in what country?
Germany? This seems like a trick question.
Final answer?
Jesus. It's wrong. Yes.
It is the Netherlands. Sorry, the Netherlands. Here we go. Question number 7. Got 4 left. You're at 3. An APGAR score is given to what? Spelled APGAR. An APGAR score is given to what?
You could know this.
A mammal.
Is that your final answer?
Is it? No. AP. So it's probably going to be P. P is going to be the main thing here. Fudge. Piloting. Final answer.
And it's newborn babies. It is an overall health score given to newborn babies. You stormed out the gate with 3 in a row, and now you've dropped 4. So here we go.
Performance issues before. Give them a
Question
break.
number 8. You were all ready to go, and now you're kind of fading. Yeah. Well, anyway, in the game of Clue, I need you to name all 6 weapons. All 6 weapons that are found in the game of Clue.
We got the rope, candlestick, the pipe, the wrench, the revolver, and the knife. Final.
Ding!
That was my game. That was my jam as a kid. One of them.
All right, so you're even with two left. You got 2 left, and you're even. Forrest, you like to read?
I like to read rule books.
Then you're gonna love this question. What famous novel begins with "Call Me Ishmael"?
Oh shoot, that does. That's one of those big heavy hitters. I think I've seen that satirized somewhere or other. That sounds like a Moby Dicker. I'm gonna go Moby Dick. Sounds like a Moby Dick thing. Final.
Bing!
Oh!
All right, so we got ourselves a sweat, like we always do. With 1 question to go, we got ourselves a sweat.
Yes.
So here we go. Question number 10. What is the driest continent on Earth?
Driest.
The driest continent on Earth.
Can we clarify? Is this by total rainfall? Is that what we're going with here, or the amount of water that's there? Can I at least get that? Like which way I'm shooting?
No.
No, you can't.
Oh, what? Damn it! Because part of me wants to go Antarctica, and then they get so little rainfall. It's just so cold that it never. See, and that's why I'm saying is it based on rainfall. All right, we're gonna go with the driest. Not Antarctica. Australia. Sure, we'll go Australia. It's hot there. Final answer.
And Matt, you win. He talked himself out of it. Antarctica is the answer.
I underestimated you this week, Forrest.
Damn it.
I had you
John
for 3.
had you at 4. Barry and Jeremy had you at 3. They thought you'd get 3 right.
That sounds about right.
I had
Oh, there you go. Awesome.
Pretty good with all those.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. Jeremy, what have you played recently?
Man, I've been playing a shit ton of stuff, bro. So most recently, guess what I played?
After the Empire? Your answer better be After the Empire, son.
After the Empire. We did a little dudes on the map night. We played Titans, this game back here, this big game right here. And then we did After the Empire, and then I started futzing with this game Steam Watchers that just kind of started to hit. So we have some bigger. I wanted to get through these big table games and big presence games, but now I'm about to move into like On Mars. We got new expansion for this Mini Express I'm really excited to play, which is a really cool economic kind of train game. And yeah, I've been kind of really flirting with this new Dudes on the Map stuff because I've been having a lot of those games come in lately. So I'm excited about that stuff. But everybody at the table was impressed with After Empire. Everybody that I played with was really impressed. We're gonna play again.
You know why? It's because it's a damn fucking good game. That's why.
It is a good game. It's got some fiddly shit to it, but I don't mind it at all. It's
the only thing that's fiddly is the combat, and once you do the flow of the combat, then you're fine.
What do you suggest for people who put a shit ton of defenses on the wall and they have a whole bunch of cubes they got to put on there? Those people are like, dude, what am I supposed to do? What if I have like 5 people, 6 people I want to put on each side? Looks silly.
Just make do. I mean,
that's what I tell you.
That's really your biggest problem. You just say, yeah, these 5 are here. I mean, they're gonna be dead soon anyway.
Like, dude,
especially if they're mercenaries.
I said the slots are for the walls, not for every freaking cube that they could possibly fit on there. It's like at some point, you know. Well, whatever. Somebody gave me that feedback. I was just like, okay, I get it. There could be a lot of chits everywhere towards the end. But I don't know. I think that shit's awesome. It's kind of ridiculous, but it's kind of ridiculous at the end. I love the combat at the end. It's just absolutely nuts how many people get their shit destroyed. Yeah, man. I've been having a lot of fun with games lately. I played that Destiny's game. It's an interesting game. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but more interesting than like overly excited about it.
I think they marketed it completely wrong. I think its theme is way too dark for the simplicity of the gameplay. And I know they attached it to Joan of Arc, and then Joan of Arc got pulled. But I think that system is really going to hit its stride when they just come up with a fun, light, family weight theme, or maybe just add a little bit more to it. Because at the end of the day, the gameplay is just stupidly simple. It's all about the adventure, really.
So, at least that's what I thought. So okay, we can have that conversation. When you say that to me, this is what I hear. It's a lighter game, so it should be fun. And fun should equal lighter family game. Versus, can a light game have, and this is me, can a lighter game have a heavier theme and just be dark as fuck? Yes.
Well, sure.
It's called Unmatched. Like Unmatched is that game. It has a dark as fuck theme, and it's a super easy game. You know, like
it's super easy and horrible.
But Forrest, is your problem?
Oh shit, Unmatched is not horrible. You are definitely in the minority.
It is.
You are definitely in the minority there, sir.
Well, yeah, and I will plant a flag in the fact that Unmatched is just like
now the first box is boring, yes, but I love it. But yeah, that system is awesome.
So far, was your complaint with the theme that it wasn't marketed to you that way, or?
I just like my 8-year-old adored that game. That's probably his favorite game of all time. We played through the Seas of Sands expansion. We played through that. I played it 2v2. I played all the content that I can up to that. I really enjoyed the game. I gave it a Bauer's Best seal. I would absolutely recommend it for any family who has kids between the ages of 7 to 17, just period. It's a spectacular family game. As a game night game, I think
I have children who believe that fantasy themes are horseshit and they won't come with 10 feet of anything that has it on.
But this one's not fantasy. It's just this.
Suggest it to me.
It's just this god awful, weird, religious. Like I don't know, and maybe it's just me. It's just the Joan of Arc theme is just one that I didn't think fit the game.
Do you think people even give a shit that it's a Joan of Arc theme? Like you're saying that, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, well, that's because they took it away, and that's what I'm saying. I think the theme could have been so much better.
You're saying that it sounds so insider talk to me versus like somebody going like, wasn't this the Joan of Arc thing? No, nobody gives a shit.
I want somebody to find me. I want somebody to find me more than 100 people that can honestly say, "Oh yeah, I played a ton of Joan of Arc, the board game."
Right.
Nobody played that game.
I think I didn't get my point across. What I'm saying is, I hate the fucking theme. Right. I think that's it just feels so out of place with the mechanisms, and I don't have a problem if you're going with a super dark theme. It's just I don't know.
How did the other one work out for you though? You said you played yeah.
I enjoyed that one a lot. We enjoyed the story a lot better. I could tell they kind of dipped a little bit more away from that, and that's why I'm saying I think the next one where they just completely Like, all right, we don't even have to stay in this damn time period. We can do whatever the hell we want. I think that's when this game is really going to hit its stride, because it's an ingenious system. It's clean, it's clear, it's simple, easy to learn, easy to teach. But just as a game night style game, I don't think there's enough there for most groups, because it just boils down to, on your turn, click the screen, click the screen, click the screen, roll some dice, move a token, next. And you're going to do that over and over again for hours, if you're playing through the whole thing. And then the other thing, I could complain about this game all day. I hate the Seas of Sand one. I will say connects better than the original box. The original box, I felt no connection at all. It's like, oh, hey, look, they're talking about me in a past life. Cool, yippee skippy. I don't give a damn. Whereas the Seas of Sand does a really good job of saying, okay, the first part, it's more like a set piece. Like, oh, the first one is a set piece. This thing happens. And then you get to the second one. It's like, oh, cool. We're still involved with a set piece, but now we're in a whole different location, in a different setting. And I think the more they delve into this system, it's only going to get better.
Yeah, I just want to. I definitely want it. Thankfully, you played a lot more of it too. That's good too. So you got a little bit different perspective. Also, since you played something that was not the normal box, that's good to know too. Because I just wanted to see what would change, from one box to the other. And
they have a new mechanism.
What I wanted to do, what I was going to do is just play like the first two, and then just go to the other boxes and play the other first two or so. Because I'm just thinking, like, how much does this game really open up? That's all I really want to know.
None. Yeah. And the new mechanism, the second one, it's a memory aspect. It's like, oh, look, we added a memory aspect where now you have to remember left, right, left. Or you could get lucky and just get it's.
So when you say,
Jonah.
Again, I suggest everybody go to One Pip Wonder, subscribe if you're not already. How often are you going to be doing your hippie? I'm going to save the world with my videos about ecology.
That's every day. No. Just whenever I review a board game, I'm going to talk about the environmental impact to the best of my knowledge. So
good. Carve a lane. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So I hope people join the conversation. And thanks again for having me on. I had a blast tonight.
You have an open invite, as we've said. So
I know. I'm just like.
I love that response.
I don't want to spend time with you, Lane.
I always feel so conflicted. I'm like, I know I'm missing it, but my brain's done. But I'm really glad. when I come on. I always have a lot of fun talking to everyone and seeing everyone. So I need to. Just do it anyway.
All right. Well, have a splendid evening.
All right. Thanks.
Night, everyone. Forrest, I know this is not really you though, because you do a great job of covering a lot of games anyway. But I think hey, I wasn't gonna say it anyway. But what I was gonna say is that somebody said this today, and I was just like, yeah, you're right. When someone says a game it's light, like it's kind of light, I have to find like that. That's like it's kind of like derogatory.
Yeah, it's a knockoff.
And it gives people like a free pass to just tee off on a game, versus like, or dismiss a game, like to dismiss it for what it is, or it's kind of light, but. And I think to myself, like, why do people do that? Why do reviewers do that? Like, why do we use that language to dismiss a game versus just like judging it on what it actually is and coming up with words that describe what you're actually trying to say? Because I do see that. I do hear that often in reviews. But do you ever?
It really is it the same way when you say a heavy game though? Because I feel like there's also a negative connotation when you say a heavy game. Some people are immediately like, ooh, heavy. But do
you feel like there's more of that or more of the other way?
I think it's serious.
Like we can play the backwards game. I'm talking about the one that is played quite often.
Yes, I will agree that there is a negative connotation to light games, which I think is unfortunate. Some of my favorite games of all time are light games.
Most of our favorite games of all time are usually light games.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you.
Most of them are.
Yeah.
You guys are mentioning Joan of Arc. and how you can be dismissive about, or media people can be dismissive about it's light. I don't know. Joan of Arc's like a Christian game, right? Or
yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Can the same be said for
Yes.
a Christian game?
Oh, 100%. But
Yes.
half those games are garbage, though. Half those games are absolute fucking
Well,
trash.
there was one recently that was put on Kickstarter that did quite well.
It's good though.
That one actually looks pretty good.
It's actually good though.
I like how they spotlighted that. I felt like they kind of knew that they were working up against this preconceived notion that
Yeah.
games are just hot garbage.
Trust me.
Which game was that?
Andrew knows this. He knows what he's doing. Deliverance. But it's based on stuff. It's based on content that's already out there. There's these Christian novels that are out there. You know, like these Christian kind of action-ish novels, things that are out there. So his is just based in that, and the people who are even attacking him, I'm just like, apparently you just don't know this stuff exists already, and it's just, you know, it's just a board game now. So I know. I think. I mean, I can go all day on theme because I always tell people like, "Hey, I don't like that theme," and then I'm like, "Wait, so you care about monastery monks theme? Like, you play enough Heroes lately? You know, like, oh, I can't get into the theme of genotype." I'm like, at least it's talking about something different than trading on the trading in to tigers or whatever. You know, it's like you can make up a reason not to like something, but it's like. Don't beat around the words, especially for reviewers, for content creators. It's like, say it. Don't dismiss it. And that's
funny.
That's, what's that?
One saying my wife has that I kind of thought was humorous when she first said it, but I totally buy into it now. Is when we're out, you know, and one of our favorite things to do is people watch, and you see somebody.
Oh, so you're a creepo.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's a creep.
Like you're on a patio at a restaurant, and you're just watching people walk by, and you see somebody walk by, and they're wearing like some getup, but they're owning it. And it's like that guy is the best cowboy he can be, or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
And you got to respect that. And I think the same goes when it comes to theme for games. If they're killing it with the theme, then that says a lot.
To get back to your point with the religion in America, in my opinion, people are touchy with that. Like that game about the devil and the demons and the angels that I've played, and I still can't remember the fucking name of it. And then more recent, like Joan of Arc, that's kind of a dark history part of the religious, religion in France at the time. You know, so people were still touchy about that.
What are you talking about? It was a young woman who thought that God and angels were talking to her, and she eventually was captured and burned at the stake for it.
Yeah,
pretty cut and dry.
Sweet ass story. Sweet ass story.
What's
Put a
dark
bow
about
on it.
that?
Yeah.
It's kind of funny too, right? Well, go ahead, Gary. Barry, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying in America, it's religion in general. It doesn't necessarily matter whether it's a board game or a saying or who you believe in, whatever, you know. So I can see, that getting in the way of things. Yeah.
It's like an asinine argument that I got into with I mean, themes can be dark and themes can be awful, but I tend to think that if you're going to go historical with stuff, I mean, it's like there's tons of war games out there. It's like Saint Anzo. Like this battle. Whatever, and we're gonna do a representation of like now you can like replay out this battle. It's a war game. And like you have certain games that are historical in nature, but those tend to be very niche, right? True historical stuff is like look at Mosaic, for example. Yeah, it's about like civilization and it's about that era and time, but it's not really getting into the grim and dirty. When I helped make Crusaders, and like I actually did a bunch of research into all of the different like crusading bands of knights or whatever, and we named the different factions that you could pick after real true crusading knight like groups or whatever. But other than the fact that I wrote out those blurbs that are in the back of the rule book, of which I didn't get credit for, but it's one of those things where
part of the job, Lance. Part of the job.
It's one of those things where I work damn hard on that stuff.
Company man.
But obviously you didn't think, oh, I really feel like I'm the Knights Templar here. No, I mean, because the powers and everything didn't have any basis in it whatsoever. So, like, why bother? I guess in some ways of trying to, like, if you're gonna, like, I wanna show this dark and gritty real life situation and have some like basis. I mean, for example, like Yokohama, another game where it's like, oh, this is like during like the industrial period for that era, right? And it's like, oh, so we're supposed to like see this burgeoning Japanese economy. Okay, well, fine. But you didn't feel like you were living through it.
Oh, right? It is?
What?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's one of my favorite games of all time. Don't even know the damn theme. I just.
I think there are games that pull it off.
There are games like.
I
can't remember the cooperative game that had Grizzled, right? Obviously, yeah. I mean that was like meant to show you the horrors of war and things like that. And then there was that one war game where like the whole thing was, and it was basically a one-shot game, and I thought it was brilliant, but you can never play it again. Was the fact that the game was like it was like a war game, like, oh, you're gonna move this guy here and you'll do this, and oh, your guy got killed. Now flip over the piece that you're using, and on the piece was it was like you would say Private Charles something or Private Simmons or whatever, and when you flip the piece over, it said, Private Charles Simmons died in action in Iraq on this day. Yeah. He was ambushed and killed by an Iraqi sniper or whatever, and it was like, oh, wow, that's a real fucking heavy person, right? Yeah. It was like, I'm just playing this board game, and like the game, the thing was, it was like, oh, now after it does, you flip the token over. And it was meant to be used in like classrooms to like actually like show like the reality of war and the thing about it was.
You know the name of this game, Lance? This is fascinating.
I can't remember it. Matt Fantastic had a great deal to do with the creation of it, and I don't know if he handmade copies. I mean, it was like one of those things where, and I don't think nobody wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole. It was one of these things where it was like, because he actually like did enough research, or the group, I don't know if it was him or the people that he was working with, but they did research into, oh, it's like you can do this battle between these terrorists and this, and he actually had names of like military combatants on like the Taliban and their names and things like that as well.
Can we give him a shout out, by the way? His games, I'm not the biggest fan of what he did in the past, but his games are just so interesting and off the beaten path. Come Together is the best sex game. Don't laugh. Come Together is an absolutely outstanding experience that every single couple should have. It is a game in every marriage counselor's office. Team 3, great game.
Great game.
Lemonade. This is all leading back to make sex work legal.
Yes, well, obviously we should make
that part of your platform for us.
Well, I know.
Oh yeah, 100%. The only people that like, we are punishing poverty by making sex work illegal. Like that. That's it. That's it. You don't see rich people out there who are doing the things that doing this. But anywho, back to Matt Fantastic. I would love to know more about this game. But yes, I absolutely, sex work should be.
I just want to be clear. I have to say this. It's one of my favorite videos of all time by you. One of the best coverage videos in the history of all gaming.
Oh my god!
If you have that, can we load that up with you and Matt Fantastic with him in the skirt and everything?
Where I drive.
He's humping you with the balloon. It is so fucking ridiculous. It is so hilarious. It is so hilarious, dude. I was crying laughing. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, man, I just cried laughing. And then you did like a couple weeks later, you did like a review or something, and you were just talking about you and your wife. And I was like, oh my God.
It was a great,
dude. It was ridiculous. I was like, really, I love Forrest. I just love this guy.
I'm really intrigued by this game, though.
And that game, that Kama Sutra game, that was actually designed by Bruno Fedudi. I mean,
it was.
It was
what?
If you ever get a chance, I'm not going to speak for Bruno, but if you ever get a chance to like speak to him and talk to him, that guy is an interesting individual. I'll just leave it at that. And I will send something off in chat for everybody else to read. So,
okay,
Lance, you are so Midwestern.
Oh,
no, I mean this war game, the military game sounds really interesting. As a former museum and exhibition designer and stuff, we have a war museum here in Ottawa, and I think that would be an amazing game to have is like in that museum.
Yeah, I mean,
that would. The problem is, I think part of it is the possible lack of honor or respect that you might have for the fallen by publishing their names and stuff in.
Well, I imagine they got permission, I would imagine.
Before. Well, they would have to, of course.
Yeah. Because look at it from the family's perspective, this is a way to, I would see it, like if someone wanted to do it about it, love one, I'd say to honor them.
Well, there's that other side of the coin as well. I mean, like don't forget my son died for this country, or my daughter died for this country, or whatever it is. Let's remember their sacrifice. But I can also see the side of it is this is a personal thing. Don't belittle it.
Well, I mean, don't even get me started on the military, because I mean it's like, and I know that Jeremy served, and so I'm not here to say anything. But one of the problems with the military is that they have to get you young. because one, you're obviously more physically fit when you're younger, but two, it's like it's a rare thing for somebody to be in their mid-20s or so to be like, you know what, I'm gonna go join the military. Like it's just because your formative years start coming, and you start getting you start going through your process of how you're going to think of what you your values and what have you, and it's one of those things where it's like it's easier to get somebody when you're 18, 19 years old and start telling you how to think than it is to like wait until you're 28, and it's like I don't think you can you're like you're 26 or 27 years old, and you have somebody telling you what to do.
They got to throw a lot of money at those 25-year-olds too. So that's why they have to throw a lot of money to get those people to join, and that's how they get the people who are in that early 20s to join. They say, hey, like we'll pay for all your college, plus we'll give you 10K or 20K or whatever.
How old were you, Jeremy?
I signed when I was 17 to go when I was 18. Dude, I was too much. I was all over the place. I didn't know what I wanted to do.
So when you were 17, did you have to have your parents sign it as well to get? Or...
No, I signed this thing that just said like, hey, I had an intent to sign or something like that. It was something of that.
You were in for how long?
Was that?
You were in for how long?
I was only in for 2 years, man. I got hurt and I got sent home.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I was only in for 2 years. I got hurt training for an event, and I got hurt pretty bad, and I just could not recover. I just couldn't recover. Then I became a little whiny little bitch about it. And I finally I went home. I became a little whiny bitch. I would have retired. I would have retired for the military, no question.
Yeah,
well, you kind of did.
Okay, fuck you. By the way, I just found my camis. These are my camis from back when I was in the. These are
nice.
So I had a buddy who had did the same thing. He was doing ROTC and stuff like that, and he signed a whole thing of intent or whatever. And his older brother, my really good friend, died of cancer when he was 18 years old, and his younger brother had already done that same thing that you did, and his dad drove him down there and basically told me, give me that piece of paper, I'm ripping it up. He's just like, because he's like, I'm not sending my only other son off to who knows what'll happen kind of thing. And he was just like, I remember, and like, yeah, he he was livid about it for like a year. Like he would just, him and his dad just,
Yep.
but yeah.
I mean, as a dad myself, like I hope 100% neither of my kids join the military.
Oh no, don't worry.
By that time,
there'll be a draft by then. You won't have to worry about that.
Doritos in their mouth.
You won't have to worry about that, brother. You won't have to even have that conversation.
Am I that far off base? Would y'all?
Yes.
You would want them to join?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Lance? I'm just curious. I'm just reading the room here. Am I in the minority?
So, I mean, obviously, I don't. I as my wife says, why would I tell a story in 10 words when I could tell it in 1,000 or whatever? But, so
you wouldn't be you otherwise.
So I have two things. I remember I was strongly considering doing it myself. I was, it was one of those things where I wasn't the best. Like I wasn't, it was one of those things where I was worried about being able to pay for college. I thought, you know what? I take 4 years of my life just not because I was really worried about going off to college by myself and trying to figure stuff out. And like, I was really worried about it. I thought the idea of having somebody else kind of taking that shit over for me. And then you get out after 4 years and then you've got training and you're physically fit and and you got money for school. I thought, there's a lot of stuff about that was really appealing to me. And, so two things happened. And that was also, my friend that I just talked about, my best friend, he died of cancer, like literally like with 2 months left to go of the school year. And that was a guy that I've been best friends with for like 10 years. Like we hung out like every single day. So I was a complete mess, like, up and down. And then, they weren't even getting, like, when I was talking to the recruiter, they weren't even going to accept me. They said, well, we can't take you. He said, like, you won't pass a mental exam, because of the fact that like you're on these depression meds and everything else. And they were talking about ways, and they were like actively talking about ways. Well, we can figure out a way that like, we can have it so you carry your medical records with you, and then you can choose not to show they were like coming up with ways that I could still, try to get into the military and do something. It was really weird. But what happened is that I actually qualified for a scholarship to pay for my college. So I was like, I didn't need the money anymore. And I was just like, and I remember I went in, I said, I really appreciate it, but I don't have to pay. I can pay for my college now. And I was able to, and then I remember it was like, I remember that guy called me like once every day or once every 2 days. This like, where are we at? The moment I said, yeah, I got everything. Okay, goodbye. Click. Never called me again. Like, it was just like, admittedly, yeah, why is he going to bark up a tree that like, not going to give any fruit, right? So so it was one of those things where that happened. And I was right. I was not ready for college. I ended up dropping out. I wasn't ready for it at all. So my theory was completely correct. So the reason I say that is that I also knew there was a girl that I was engaged to, and she was kind of in the exact, like, I was 25, 26. I was starting to figure out my life. She was 20 years old, just turned 21. She didn't know she wanted to go to college anymore. She couldn't figure out her life. She then said, she said, I'm going to go join the military. And I was just like, well, we were talking about getting married, and I was just like, and obviously I'm not married to her. And I was just like, well, what the, how is that going to work? And like, and then, to be fair, like, she joined and we tried to make it work for like, like about a year. And then that ended up like, and we ended up not being together because like, she was just a completely different person. Like she just wasn't the same person anymore, and which is fine because they, like they say, they mold you, they make you into, so and so I always kind of was annoyed by that because I really liked her. Obviously I had this plan of like, I was going to spend the rest of my life with this person, And then she went to this place, and then she came back to me, and she was completely different, and and we just didn't fit together anymore. So I always kind of hated that. And obviously things worked out for the best. Obviously, my wife is amazing, and I have 2 awesome kids, and I have a really good life now. And it's just like, and the thing is that I ended up, I don't talk to her anymore, but I remember she tracked me down on like Facebook like many years ago, and she was like, I always felt bad about it. I was like, honestly, I was like, things obviously worked out for the best. I mean, it's like, you're out of the military now. And I mean, not that it matters, but she also her military service made her realize that she was gay, and she was just like, and she's married, and she lives in, I think, Washington State now with her wife, and she's a teacher, and she just loves her life, and every once in a while she sends me a message, and like, it all worked out for the best, right? But I had this bad feeling in my mouth about like how that changes it. So the long story here, and kind of the exculpatory of my life here a little bit, because I've had a really weird life, not as weird as Forrest's, but I've had a weird life. That's the one nice thing. It's like, I always used to think my life was really weird. Like, I had all this oddball, bat crazy shit happen. And then I became friends with Forrest, and I found out, no.
I'm the fat guy at the buffet. You can always point at me and say, I'm not that fat.
Yeah, Forrest was like, here, hold my beer. Let me tell you about my exceedingly weird life. But I guess like, it'd be one of those things where the innate fear for my children would be there, like, as far as like them, something horrible happening to them, which would be, totally one of those things where that chemical in your brain goes off, that you want to protect them from absolutely everything. And I'm learning to let go on my daughter very brief, like, now that she's gonna be 14 this month. It's like, I'm learning to like kind of let her be the human that she's becoming. But I've got this 9-year-old son that I'm gonna cling on to you as much as I can, just like it'd be one of those things where if they said they wanted to do it because they needed the money to go to college, I would just move heaven and earth to pay for their college, so they didn't have to do it, because I don't think they should have to do it because of a financial thing. I would move our finances around. I would find a way to get them to be able to go to college and not come out of there with like some sort of crippling mountain of student loans. But
I suppose it's a good safety net for people to have, though, if they want that.
Yeah, but if it was one of those things, if it was something where like they were just like, I'm really interested in pursuing a career in the military because I feel it's a calling and it's something I want to do. It would definitely be one of those things where I had to sit down and have a conversation, and ultimately, like, you can't stop them. If they're 18 years old and they want to do it, it's like, well, you don't get to tell them what they can and can't do anymore at that point. It isn't like you can say, well, I'm not paying your cell phone bill. It's just like, so I would probably wish them well. And I'd probably be very proud of them for like, basically like the incredible amount of, like, just, I don't know what I'm looking for. I mean, I don't want to say nationalism or anything like that, but I mean, just the amount of like, what you're taking on, like the burden, the importance of what you're doing. I'd be extremely proud of them for that.
Wanting to make a difference.
Yeah, but I would be scared as shitballs over what's going to happen to them. And I've told the story before, but like, I think, my dad told me a few years back, when I was scared for my kids at a Taekwondo tournament, he's like, well, you're going to be scared for your kids the whole rest of your life. I said, I get scared for you every single day. I mean, so get used to it and sack up, and recognize that you just got to do your best. So, the one thing is that my father-in-law is career military. And I think my kids are basically gonna steer away from it because of that. And I'll just leave it at that. So,
I think you and I are about in the same boat. I'd rather it not happen. I'd move heaven and earth. But if they were committed to it, it's like, yeah, this is your path.
I would encourage my son to do that if he has no, like, he doesn't have a set path. I would encourage him to do one or two things. Go to another country and figure it out. Just figure it out. Or join the military and they'll help you figure it out. And you'll also do something, which is a duty and service to your country. You will gain a skill that is an employable skill. You can attend and dabble in college while you're there. You may get to see many parts of the earth that kids will never see and adults will never see, and tell you all the shit they want to in the world, but they've never been part of the world. They've been part of their city and their community, and that's fine. But I often would tell them, even in my short time, I felt like I was doing something more than what I was just doing, turning knobs every day and ordering parts. I knew that what I was doing was making some kind of difference for the immediate people, and also what we were doing as a whole for our country at that time. So, I think it gives people a real good concept of life, like what's going on. I mean, like, I worked in supply. Some people didn't come back with the supplies that I sent them out with, so it's like, oh shit, like, oh yeah, no games, dude. People die. So, it's different than like seeing it on the street and like watching somebody die, or see someone die. Like, I've seen some people die in front of me, but it's like, it's just different. It's like, hey, you're sitting there smoking a cigarette, shooting, whatever, shooting hoops and shit. And then you come back, you're like, all right, check out. Where's old boy at? You're thinking like, oh, he in the truck, hurry up, get his ass over here. I got to go. No, he's gone. So it's like a different thing. And I just feel like when I was raised, we had a couple people that were in the military in our family, my grandfather, my oldest aunt. But that didn't like have any effect on me or anything like that. But what it did was my grandparents always talked about being useful and like contributing. That was a big thing, like contributing on the farm. Like, I went to the farm. I was a city boy, but I went to the farm, and it was like, contribute, like, don't look for the payoff. And I always feel like sometimes you got to contribute to freedom. Like, it's just a service. You're providing a service. And I don't know who said this, or I just came up with it. It's like, some people can stand for something. Most people like to sit down, and then there's the rare motherfucker that likes to go forward. And it's usually the people who like to go forward that go to the military. They do firefighting. They do public service jobs, because they just want to do that one step more. And even the people who go just in for the money, or the dental school program that they get, or the air travel program that they get through the Air Force, even when they are going for that stuff, they find a sense of purpose that they didn't even expect. Trust me, they do, because they have to be there for a long ass time. And it's not just about cleaning teeth after a while. They start saying, holy shit, like, this is a job. This is a duty. It's a duty. And that's the thing. It's not a job. It's a duty. And you find that out. And once you're in that world, you feel that. And you will find, I feel like if you find people who have been in for more than 4 years, I think you're going to find, and they're on a different journey in life. Because it took me a while to punch back in when I came, even when I was going for 2 years, it took me a while to punch back in, because shit that we do and we just get away with every day in our everyday job, it's just so different. Like, my office, all military people, all. Like, we call each other sirs, and I sir, my boss. We don't have to. We're in a civilian. We just work in a military hospital. It's not like we, but it's just a comfort that's there. Everybody gives a shit. We know how things work because we're all military. And I feel like we actually work better together, because we don't have to worry about people gossiping and shit like that, and having hurt feelings. And it's like, fuck you too. Leave me alone. And you know what? Nobody's gonna follow you and say, hey, I want to know how you feel. They're gonna leave me the fuck alone. And when you come back in the room, they're gonna be like, oh shit. No, we don't do that shit. It's like, I said, leave me the fuck alone. Like, it's just a different breed, man. I think it's a different breed, and that doesn't make you better. It just, I think for kids, it activates them. For kids who maybe don't have two parents, it's a good thing to be in a strong setting where, one, you have to deal with other people who aren't like you at all. but two, you have authority figures that are giving you different forms of, authority. And they're showing you how to respect authority. And you're going to have to continuously do this through your career. And the best part about it is even to be the person that does this when your time comes, you have to earn it. You really have to earn it. Like, you actually have to go to a school and do all this training. So you don't just get to say, hey, I'm a corporal. No, you don't even get to be a corporal until you do the work. And you got to wait your turn to go to the school. So it's like you earn everything. Nothing is given to you. And I think that's a strong thing to get into. People think war. I'm like, most of the time you ain't doing shit but preparing and training. You ain't doing shit. You're training and you're doing your fucking job.
My true story from
unless you're a grunt or a bullet counter, supply, or you do healthcare, which really you're a corpsman. If you're a corpsman, you ain't going nowhere most of the time. Most of the time you ain't going nowhere. Or if you are, you're going there, setting up shop away from everything and just doing the same shit. And you're probably getting a little dirtier than normal. That's about it.
The worst day at Desert Storm was when the soft serve machine broke down.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Yeah. I'm serious. It's just certain shit that people just, I think, I get that you don't want to give up your baby, man. I mean, honestly, when it gets to the heart of it, I'm sure I won't want to give up Amari. But the thing is, man, I know what it feels like. I was a mama's boy. I got there. It was a shock for me. But I respond really well to authority. I had such heavy authority from my mom and the women that were in my life. So it didn't even matter that it was all these dudes getting up in my face. I wasn't even I wasn't fazed by it in that sense, because I was looking for someone to tell me what to do. Like, I was looking at all these crazy motherfuckers who just literally can't follow, stand up, stand here on this line. I'm like, dude, this is not fucking hard. Like, this is really not hard. Stand on the goddamn line, you fucking idiots. So we don't have to do more push-ups. I'm wet right now. So it's like, but I feel like when we became a unit, in the end, it's amazing how far us young men came, and over that time, and it just, you come together, you learn to trust people, how to trust people, and who not to trust, and trust your training. There's so many things that are ingrained in you, and you just realize, like, they just apply. They apply to the real world even now, to this day. To the same, like, my brother made a hand signal to me at my dad's funeral. I knew exactly what the signal was, like, to this day. So, like, it's just, I don't know, man. I just feel like.
And you have a very different experience having actually gone through it, I think. Like, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, numerous points that I was like, yeah, I would have never even thought of that.
Yeah, it's just, I just have a thing of, like, I have always had a sense of duty, because it's like, I want a sense of, like, saying I volunteered for my freedom. That's it. Because if I had to go fight, I don't want to go fight countries. I don't really want to go fight countries, honestly. I'm a love maker. I'm not a war maker. I'm the person guy, like, I'd be like, hey, don't do that, and get shot. I'm literally, like, not that dude. But I really, really wanted to, if I had to, I would, because I want our country to be free. I want it to remain free. I just do. And I don't think that's always gonna be free. And I don't always think we're gonna have the freedom of just sitting here and just being either. So I'd rather have my son be prepared and trained for that versus sitting and going, oh shit, don't take my baby. Rather have that dude being pretty damn good shooting down range at 200 yards.
Evan.
And I'm saying as a person that will not own a gun, like, I would rather have him trained in that stuff than not be at all and just sit on his hands.
Waramy wants to know what people should do when they're loading up all of their cubes on one wall and after the Empire. how they should handle that. Sorry, so you asked the question. You might as well ask the designer.
Oh yeah. So okay, so people were like, all right, we talked about the game being a little fiddly.
Yeah.
Fiddly, right?
Yeah.
Because at some point you're gonna have a lot of troops coming in from all sides.
Yeah.
And also some people are gonna go straight hard on having a crap ton of people on the wall.
Yes.
To the people who are like, well, okay, so there's all these cubes. This is one of my buddies like, there's all these cubes in the slots. So then you got those. Then you got all these reds and blues. They're everywhere. So this looks like a poster. And I'm like, you can put them on the walls if you want. I said, or you can just put them against the wall. Here's a novel concept. Put them against them. Or you can put them inside the wall, and we just know that they started out there. It's okay. I was like, whatever works. But it is, but by rule, by instruction, the way it says that you put them on.
Yeah.
That can be leading to someone saying, because that's what one of the guys asked. He's like, that's what the rules say. I'm like, I get it. Because it's not made for slots for, let's say, if you put 8 on one side, which you but maybe you wanted to. I don't know.
Well, there, as Lance knows, there was a little period of time there where some production stuff got through that shouldn't have got through. So, the exact tolerances for those cubes didn't quite get where they were supposed to go. So theoretically, you put them there and they can just stack up, no problem.
Right.
But they're kind of little cattywampus, and you try to stack them and they slide off.
Yeah.
So it doesn't quite work. And so what I've seen a lot of people do is exactly what you said. They just push them up against the wall. They go, they're on that wall. They're on that wall. They're on that wall. Super easy. Not a problem.
It's like, because at some point you get to move them anyway. So, you got two times to move them. Well, you would only really move them because you know that you're about to get overrun a little bit.
Yeah.
I said it's like kind of like a no-brainer, but I understand why people would be kind of irritated by it.
No, yeah, it's super easy to kind of modify it, but if you follow the letter of the rules, then they don't stack so well up there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Okay. Just want to say this right now. I got something for you, Forrest. You ready?
What's up?
Freedom isn't free. There's a hefty fucking fee. No, okay. I'm gonna start singing.
I do think though that just war in general is gonna just completely change over the next 20 years, like with just automation.
Naturally, it already has. Over the last
it's only gonna accelerate.
No. The first wave of war will change.
Yeah.
The one that's after that will be really fucking human and very fucking ugly.
Hopefully we're gonna be
like old school ugly, because it's gonna be like, it may not be a ton of guns left. It may not be a ton of everything left. It's gonna be some straight up human nasty combat.
Are we talking some post-apocalyptic action here?
No. Okay, this is okay. I'll set my picture, whatever it is. This is what it's gonna be. We will, whatever country it is, will somehow get through the defenses of the U.S. Somehow. And that will start something on our soil that will slowly walk forward. And we will resist as much as we can. It's something that's so, and it could literally be not even that. They could just shoot at Wisconsin. All of a sudden, Wisconsin's got a fucking crater in Wisconsin. You're like, holy shit, there's a crater in Wisconsin. All right. Or something, just something really crazy where we ended up where our block is knocked off. And here we are having to have an on-ground, whatever. Or it can be in another country where it just gets hit, and now all of a sudden their defenses are off, and everybody in the world's like, what the fuck is going on here? And you literally are going to have to fight it out. Fight it out. And it's not going to be something we're used to. Or when people say like an EMP or whatever, I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. So then you knock out all the defenses, and then what happens? You got to get on the ground, fucking finish it off, right? And that's the difference. It's still going to be whatever that tech is or whatever explosions you need or whatever. But after that, It's not going to be pretty. It's just not. It's not going to be this back and forth fire stuff that we have right now. It's going to be very gritty and terrible, and a lot of people will get hurt.
All right, so if you were a fortune teller, give me a year. That first war, that second war, just ballpark me. What year do you think this would actually happen? Because I don't think we're really. I just don't see it happening. I think we're to the point where we realize most attacks we're going to happen are going to be small, isolated.
We don't have somebody who really doesn't give a fuck yet.
Yeah,
we know.
Closest I think is Korea, South.
Yeah,
Korea.
But he does give a fuck though.
Yeah,
he kind of likes to sit on his throne, right? Yeah. You need somebody who doesn't give a fuck. You really don't. You do. You really do. And I also won't put it past anybody that like sometimes the war is just a different ball game. Like if you choke a country out in a sense, like China could choke us out in a lot of ways slowly.
We owe them so much money that they want us to live. So.
Like what we're doing with Cuba, pretty much.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you can choke people out. That's another way of winning war. You know, like, and then eventually what happens is like, hey, we got to deal with this shit. We can't just be pushed around. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
like you siege the supply lines,
right?
Wait them out.
All right. Yeah. Now I got to go get this shit. Fuck that. All right. So they're just ways to get this stuff started where it doesn't always end in pressing buttons. But I still don't. It's so American of us to not think that nobody would ever step to our door.
Well, that's because look at Hiroshima.
It's so fucking huge. It is so American of us to just think that we are so impenetrable. I was like, dude, all they have to do is all they have to do is even get a decent chance at taking out 2 major aircraft carriers, like just two. Like get 2 good, decent shots off, just rock it a little bit. And then all of a sudden, lots of shit pops off, a lot of confusion. And that can be supported by a wave. And then so many things can just happen. I don't want stuff to happen. I'm just saying, like, we are just so set on it can't happen. Now, currently as it stands, our fleet, our United States fleet, can literally start an end of war. Like literally start an end of war. Like we really like, I don't want to get it twisted. Currently as it stands, we can start an end of war like on a ship.
Well, that's what happens when you spend more than the next 11 countries.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to get that twisted. But at the same time, like China and like one tiny country can go destroy. Like if they really wanted to put this in and put it into work. I mean, like literally China could be like, hey, you and you and you come with me. Let's take out the US. Yeah. I'll take them out this way and that way. And then we'll also go and attack them at the same time. Like, it just seems like it's not improbable, but I'm like, it totally is. It totally is.
What makes you think it's definitely going to happen?
I don't want to say definites. I don't like to say definites, but I would say just the tide is changing because I'm figuring out what do we really add to the world? What do we give? What?
Consumerism. That's it.
Right. So that's the thing. It's like at some point, I mean, like at one point we're like a model to work with. Like we were this model of saying, hey, freedom, da da da. Mm-hmm. But some countries don't even see us as that anymore.
No.
Mm-hmm. You know, and I think that may get worsened as time moves along.
If we continue the course we're on. Yeah.
Yeah. And we drain a lot of resources.
Yeah, we do.
From others. You know, we do help out other countries by buying their shit, but at the same time, like, we take a lot. Mm-hmm. We take a lot. We go get it and take it. We go get it and take it. Where's our oil? Like, it's like ours is ours, and it's crazy. And I feel like there's gonna be some people that go like, "Hey, what if we don't want you to help us, or we don't want you to come?" That may be a time where people go like, "We don't want you to help us. Leave us alone. We need help."
I think that's why we think, we're indestructible, because we still had this old thing in our heads where we're oceans away from other countries and shit like that.
We're planted though. Don't get me wrong. We're planted. We are supplanted in other countries. So it's like, don't get me wrong. We have that advantage as well.
Yeah.
But somebody could take out Okinawa.
Oh yeah.
Somebody could take out Okinawa. I mean, like those things can happen. Terrible things can happen, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I think we also
really
think, since we were a role model, so to say, for the world for so long, we think the rest of the world thinks like us, and they don't. You know?
I think there's a self-preservation, though. I think throughout our history, we have had this reputation where it's like, if you fuck with us, we're gonna fuck with you about 35 times harder.
Oh yeah, when the shit hit the fan, it definitely will come together.
I mean, so
but
I think we
might be getting off guard. You know, you never know. This has happened before many times throughout history. I mean,
like even if somebody said like we're gonna have a nuclear war, I'm like, if somebody shot off a nuclear weapon, probably be one of the smaller ones, right? The smaller countries.
Yeah.
Like I said, somebody who doesn't give a fuck.
Well, we did it.
So,
I mean,
so that
we did it.
so that goes down, right? Right, we did.
We were a smaller country.
I want to get back to that.
But here's the thing: did that come in response? No, like not nuclear, right? So it's not going to be nuke for nuke for nuke and then nuke and then nuke and then nuke, right? It's not going to happen that way. But there will be a response, and like I said, after that nuclear response, here comes the real blood. You know, and that's how I see it. And it's just going to be, we haven't had that in a long time to see how bad, you know, how terrible man can be. And I feel like that will happen again in our lifetime.
Well, I definitely think we've been in a longer period of relative calm.
Right.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, than in a long time. And I feel like we are kind of heading out of that. I feel like.
I mean, like honestly, like, I mean, I'm not so conspiracy theorist, but like, like a couple of years ago, I was telling my friend about this at work. She's like, "You're so superstitious." I'm like, "I'm not. I just feel like we tend to like forget our history, but like, even like the pandemic that we just had." I said to her about, what was it, like 3 years ago? I said, I feel this way. It's probably just making some shit up. But we're going to have something that comes that's worse than the common flu, that's going to take out a lot of people. I don't know how many people coronavirus is taking out. I was like, but we're not going to be able to stop it. Like, we're not going to be able to come up with a shot in a year. It's going to be too much, too fast, too many people dying, small countries, big countries, might wipe off a quarter of a population in a country, like crazy shit. She had just left, and I remember my buddy who's next to me, he took over her cubicle, and he was like, "Hey, I remember you saying this shit like this," and he goes, "Is that what you're talking about? The coronavirus?" Is making a joke. I'm like, "No, I'm not making a joke of this, because honestly, I don't think that's the worst. I don't. I really think whatever, like that kind of thing right there, whether it's planted, like some conspiracy theorists think, or it happens. Like, I just feel like we are headed towards some catastrophic event where we don't have the solution, and we're so used to having all the solutions, or even like a quick fix. We do. We usually have a quick fix. Like we have a hot fix.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like, just relatively speaking, we've been in like not just politically. I mean, not in all places, but not just politically more calm, but like also the earth has been more calm.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of shifting away, and we're.
But I'll tell you though, our natural disasters are getting really scary. They're getting scary. Mm-hmm. I mean, those typhoons are absolutely, man.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even watch footage of that stuff. I'm like, oh my God, so many people are dying right now. Like, so many people are dying. Like a hurricane, at least we have had things in place for so long that we're good to go. Like hurricanes do terrible things too. Once again, you got people have 4-day warnings. They've, a fucking typhoon. It just doesn't even fucking matter. I mean, just doesn't matter. I remember we watched a story. My wife were just crying our guts. What was that show we were watching? And this guy was explaining how he watched his daughter and his wife get basically thrown out of their house. His wife goes up, washed like up a hill. His daughter goes the other way. And he said, I had to, as the water's coming, I had to decide,
Whoa.
who I was going to go towards.
Yeah.
Like, here I am looking at my little baby. He pauses and he said, I forgot my newborn. Dude, I was like, I can't handle this show right now. We can't watch it. Dude, typhoons are just terrible. Like those waves, like the crazy tsunami waves, shit, like all that shit.
Yeah.
It's just crazy that there's a natural disaster that literally just eliminates, just pretty much just erases stuff. It's just like, that is crazy to
me. Yeah.
You're funny.
You're so in love with yourself. You're watching your own videos.
No, I'm looking at my main page to make sure all my shit looks good.
Yeah, man. I hate to be so disaster about it, but I just feel like, yeah, man, we really have to keep this stuff in perspective, because I just don't feel like it will be the same.
I think you're right.
Like it doesn't take.
All right. This is way too heavy. It's time to play another game.
Talk about prostitution, guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is how I feel about sex work. No.
There's the problem. We should be able to. Like, does anyone actively disagree that it shouldn't be legalized? Like, who are the people who are like, no, the children? Think of the children. No, like, what is the argument?
I feel like a lot of things that we have rules against should just be heavily regulated. Yeah. And if you don't want them to be in your job, or you don't want your employees to have them, just write it. Just write it into your job. That's it.
The initials are OS.
Write it into your, write it into your OS. Write it into your script. Like, if you don't care about, like, I always tell them, like, if you want to take like weed, cocaine, all those other drugs or whatever, just write it in there. You're a zero tolerance employer. That's it. You will be tested. Done. Like, done. Like, nobody says in a federal employee that you can't smoke weed or whatever. What it does say is we have a zero tolerance policy against drugs. That's what it says.
Right.
So if you want to make that stupid mistake, knowing that you're a federal employee and what's on the line, that's up to you. And you need to make a better choice for you and your family. Like, sorry, man, not legal, not federal legal. Even if it's legal in Wisconsin, doesn't mean it's federally legal. So don't be an idiot, and it's not worth it, is what I'm trying to say.
But wait, what does that have to do with prostitution? Are you saying that work's gonna be like, hey, if you go to a prostitute,
you want to sell all your hoes, you can do it. You can sell all your hoes, you can sell all your time, you can sell whatever you want. Everything's for sale. Everything should be for sale if you want it to be.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You can sell all your hoes all your time. That's what it's happening. All your hoes all your time. But what I would say is that in the most important part is how heavy are we making sure we're charging people who do, who imprison children and rape children and sell them into sex work and trafficking. Because if that's not strong enough, and there's too many ways to fringe the cases out, or even where people are pleading to smaller crimes, if those aren't heavier, then we're really kind of finding a way to get one thing in and slapping people that are really the monsters on the wrist, by even giving them such, lower prison times. There should be a little bit more harder and more firmer things. And that's how I feel about other stuff. Like, like, hey, like all these other things that we have, we shouldn't be so cute about. It's like, hey, you break this rule. No, I don't care about degrees. Like, we want to say like this. No, you broke the law. Like, just like the gun laws that they have sometimes in these states, where it's just like, no. Says you don't have this gun. You're not supposed to have the gun. You do 10 years. Now, I don't like it like that, but I'm just saying, like, it's heavy. It's heavy enough where people know the threat of, if this were to happen, holy shit, I'm going to do 10 to 20 years. No questions. 25 years, like, shit. That used to be this kind of charge in Wisconsin. Well, now it's 25 years. Holy shit. Like, I gotta, like, I feel like the harder it is, like, we have DUI problem, we have a drinking problem here in Wisconsin. No shit. I was in South Carolina, same issue. They had a lot of drunk driving issues. But the big issue is that they allow too many people to not go to jail. Like, you can dodge jail. You can get an OWI, DWI, this, that. You can keep applying. And it's at the point where you have somebody who has 7 DUIs, gets behind a vehicle and finally
kill somebody. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
It's like this person was a murderer waiting, you know, like what's the difference between that guy and somebody else? You know, it's just like that's one thing. It's not hard enough. The law is not hard enough on certain things that, you know, we could actually decriminalize, but we got to make the other part harder so that people understand. Because I say to my son, don't fuck it up. You got a good thing. You got a great thing. You get everything. Don't fuck it
out, Jeremy.
Don't fuck it up. I know you're gonna fuck it up. I know you are, and I'll be here for you when you do, and it'll change, and you'll learn.
You learn from it.
But I have to tell you, don't fuck it up. Like, like, you look at me like, I won't, Dad. I'm like, you will.
Yeah, you will.
You will.
Yeah, you will.
It's just too good. You get too much, man. It's too good. It's too good. You get sloppy. You know, you get sloppy. It's great. You know, when life is good, you get sloppy sometimes.
We're ready to play this game then.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, here we go. It's the initials. Remember, your name is your name is your buzzer. And as I said, as I showed everybody on my camera, OS. We have both Paul and Kabuki watching. So we have our arbiter of reality, and also we have our scorekeeper. So remember, OS, these are the initials. People, places, things, sayings, what have you. Here we go. Clue number 1. And this would be like, there's not a lot of people here, right? Like always not here to ring in and get everything right away, you know. So this is your chance to shine. Here we go. Clue number 1. Founded in 1930. Connected to Massachusetts. Its logo is blue and white.
Forrest.
Ottawa
Senators.
And oh, in Ottawa.
Its logo is what?
Not even in the right
its
country.
Logo is what?
Blue and white.
What? Logo is blue and white. Is an agricultural cooperative. Most of their products are found in boxes or bottles.
Oh.
Final clue.
Boxes or bottles.
Produces snacks, juices,
dried
cranberries,
Evan,
more.
Evan. Ocean Spray.
Ocean Spray. Correct. Ocean Spray. Evan
I
on the
got
board.
The blueberries with Massachusetts.
Right, here we go.
Or cranberry melon.
Question number 1. Was a river otter. Was a mathematician. Was seen near a humanoid amphibian creature.
The fuck is this?
Was a maid.
I suck at this game.
Was seen in the movies Snowpiercer, Gifted, and A Time to Kill.
I can't remember the lady's name.
It's the final clue.
It's the Fishfucker movie.
Won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress as Minnie Jackson in The Help.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the name?
4, 3.
Olivia Spencer?
I'm sorry. You have to bring it in with your name.
Water me.
Water me. What do you got for me?
Spencer.
What's the name?
Olivia Spencer.
And
Wait.
You're out. 5.
I really enjoyed his actress
4,
too. I can't remember her fucking name.
3.
Forrest.
2, Forrest.
Olivia Spency.
And
damn it.
Evan.
I know her name.
5,
I know her name.
4.
Evan.
I don't think it's
Evan.
Olivia Spencer.
No.
And Barry.
It's not.
I'm drawing a blank. I really enjoy her work though. I'm drawing a blank on the name.
Just going off you guys.
Octavia.
Octavia.
Yeah. I was gonna say
Spencer.
I fucked that one up. Yeah.
Here you go.
Are you wearing me like Wario?
No.
Like evil Jeremy? It's me.
I would always play Wario. I'd always play Wario on Mario Kart because I just loved. I'm a Wario. I'm a gonna win.
Yeah. Wario destroy Mario. Play my game.
Here we go. Item number 3 of OS. Clue number 1 is connected to.
I did that just for you, man.
Is connected to a software company. Connected to hypnosis. Has a connection to Michael Bolton. Included pieces of flair.
Forrest.
Office
Space.
Yeah.
Office Space is correct. There you go.
This
Did
is
you know
a
that
tale.
Swing Line did not offer a red stapler until after that movie came out?
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah. They did not offer one. Here you go. Clue number 1.
I like
Connected to the Golden Bear. Connected to George Steinbrenner, Jesse Owens, Dwight Yoakam, and more. Connected to Columbus. Connected to Scarlet and Gray.
Scarlet and Gray.
Scarlet and Gray. Established in 1870.
Okay.
Barry's first.
Ohio State.
Ohio State, you stoned MFer.
Yeah, this is the high shit. A lot of humidity.
Brutus is the mascot for this Big Ten university, right? Well done.
My cousin went there.
By the way, just want to say that I was going to be totally wrong.
Were you?
All right, here we go. Clue number 1.
I did.
Has been seen trying on clothing.
That's the worst clue ever. Has been seen putting on his pants.
Connected to the number 2000. Has a nickname connected to extraction or pressing. Was an inmate. Grabbed headlines in 1994. Final clue.
Oh, wow.
Forrest.
Go ahead, Forrest.
No, you got it first.
O.J.
5.
Simpson.
O.J. Simpson.
Damn it, that's what I was gonna guess.
I was trying to remember his first
Orenthal.
name. I wasn't sure is that what you wanted or not.
94
Orenthal,
seemed
yeah.
too early. But damn.
Orenthal James
Orenthal.
Simpson.
James Sampson.
I will say I watch a lot of historical stuff on like athletes. Dear God, he was so good.
No,
Yeah.
dude. Like,
Untouchably good.
Literally the most Teflon Don black dude probably ever until that moment. Like, dude, he literally said, "I'm not black.
Yeah.
I'm OJ."
Yeah.
Do you know what it takes to fill yourself to the point where you can say some shit like that? Like, you got to feel yourself to say some shit like that.
Did you ever see the thing where no, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's great, but why can't I think of the comedian's name? But he has a bit on his special, the 4 times I met OJ Simpson or whatever, and he starts off, and Dave Chappelle, and it starts off, and he talks about the 4 times in his life that he met OJ Simpson, and it's pretty funny. It's good stuff.
There's only been 8 people to ever rush for 2,000 yards in a season, and he did it with 14 games. Just insane. It's insanity.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean, like he says he came backstage after he had a set, and he came back and talked to everybody for he hung out for an hour. He said he was super nice, and he was just awesome. And he said after he got done, he's like, boys, I got to go home now, but I just want to thank you all for taking the time to hang out with me and sharing the laughs with me tonight. It's been a real good pleasure, and I just wish you all the best, and till we meet again. And he got up and he left the room. And as soon as he left, I looked at all my friends. He goes, "That motherfucker killed those people."
Yeah, man.
But yeah, go watch it. Dude. And also the true crime drama thing that they did on Netflix is really good. It's really good.
It is. That's good.
Yeah, but he's a horrible person. Anyway,
clue
number 1. Connected to early participants in the land rush of 1889. Clue number 2. Despised by cowboys. Clue number 3. Known for crimson and cream.
Forrest.
Go ahead.
Oklahoma Sooners.
You are correct, sir. Oklahoma Sooners is correct. I forgot that you're a big college guy. You're a huge college guy.
Oh, is that what it is? I had no idea what that was.
I like sports in general. I mean, I follow a little bit of everything.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1 is connected to the wrestler The Undertaker. Has connections to Tupac Shakur and Alice Cooper. Is the subtitle to the 10th book in the Diary of a Wimpy Kid series.
Oh, Jesus, I should know this.
Clue number 4. Took place at Harrison University in upstate New York. Clue number 5. Released in 2003, it featured The Godfather, The Tank, Blue, and more. Forrest. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh, Will Ferrell.
1.
Oh, Jesus.
And anybody else? Clue number 6. Adhering to traditional policies or practices. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And old school.
That was such a good fucking
old school.
We're going to the quads to the gymnasiums.
Hey, you think KFC's open?
Right.
Old school. The how it's connected to the wrestler is when Undertaker grabs the guy by the hand and he twists the arm, so they're like this, and he climbs the rope, and then he walks down the rope, and basically that person lets him use them as the person to like keep their balance. Then he walks down the rope,
right,
and then he leaps off and he hammers them on the. It's the crowd yells out "old school" cool when he does it, because it's also a wrestling move.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
By the way,
the Undertaker was such a good Mark Calloway, great guy. Anyway, clue number 1. Introduced in 1937. Connected to sailing ships.
Forrest.
I heard two.
Evan was first. I heard it.
Evan, go.
Old Salt.
And
Old Spice.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear somebody's name.
Oh, I did. I rang in. You asked who had.
Oh, okay. Old Spice is correct. There you go.
I was gonna say.
Wow.
Stole my one answer.
Son of a bitch.
Their commercials frequently include whistling. They had connections to Terry Crews and Will Ferrell. Yeah.
All right.
Sweat.
I had like just like one of those things where I never really wear a ton of cologne or whatever. But I mean, I had a thing of Old Spice, and I had two other things. I remember like on like my second or third date with my wife, I just grabbed one. I was like, I'll use the Old Spice, and I just spritz some on or whatever. And she was like, "Are you wearing Old Spice?" I was like, "Yeah, never wear that again." My dad.
Yeah.
My wife hates Old Spice as well.
I love.
I went home and I threw it away.
I love that new commercial. It's Dean Cole, who's a comedian, but I love it when I just love that there's a saga behind this. She's like, I love your Old Spice body wash. She's like, all I want to do is have a body wash. It's such a dick thing to say, but the way he delivers it is so good. All I want to do is have a body wash. It's so good. Anyway.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Has connections to John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, and George W. Bush. Connected to Wall Street. Connected to 2 mass murderers in 1994. In 1999, was connected to the Miami Sharks. Wrote a 1983 film about a drug kingpin. Directed Platoon, The Doors, Snowden, and Born on the 4th of July.
Waterby. Oliver Stone.
Stone. Jeremy's on the board. That is correct. Oliver Stone.
I couldn't remember his first name.
It starts with an O.
Yes, I know.
Okay, just letting you know.
O's not a good letter for me.
Oh, yeah. Okay, just so you know, we have...
Glad I got one early.
We got 5 left, so it's anybody's game.
Yeah.
Anybody's game. Here we go. Clue number 1. Has a 1976 connection to Kool and the Gang.
Cool.
Something that unfailingly brings about a desired end. Helped to access a cave.
Evan.
Evan.
Open Sesame.
Yep.
Open Sesame. You are correct, sir. Open Sesame. I remember as a kid, whenever I listened, I had a record, like a full-length 33 1/3 album thing that was the Alibaba and the 40 Thieves or whatever. And then when they'd say Open Sesame, I would sit there and I'd say, it's like sesame seeds. Like I was just like I could always, because I always remember the 2 all beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. I always hear that commercial, and then anyway, and also
Baba had them 40 thieves.
the I mean the old school like actual like story with Open Sesame. It's a pretty brutal story. Like about chopping people up with swords and stuff. It's pretty awful. Anyway, here we go. Clue number 1. Has been seen in black and white. Died in 1974. The actor who portrayed him was nominated for an Academy Award. Credited with saving 1,200 people.
Whoa.
Was a German industrialist.
Oh, I definitely don't know this.
Oh shit! What's his first name?
A 1993 historical period drama included his list.
Forrest.
Yeah, I don't
Forrest.
know.
5,
Oliver Schindler.
4,
It's not Oliver.
and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Evan.
Evan. 5.
Oberto Schindler.
Thinking that one's wrong. Yeah.
Take a stab in the dark.
4,
No.
3, 2, 1. Oscar. Oscar.
All right.
Schindler. Kabuki Kid says you should all be ashamed.
I knew it was Schindler. I just can't remember the first
Same
name.
boat.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you guys should be ashamed.
Yeah. All of us, Wario or Warren.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Where
clue
I'm
number
from,
1.
I should be ashamed. Fuck.
Clue number 1. Often visit the United States.
Madonna.
Often perform in front of thousands of people. Often seen in red, black, gold, and white.
Forrest. Ottawa Senators.
Ottawa Senators is correct. Well done, sir. Well done.
So many
well done,
sports
well
ball
done.
questions.
Yeah, well, you know,
It was a sports ball
sometimes
radio
it
show.
happens. We got 2 left. And by the way, if you want to play this game at home, you can go to theinitialsgame.com. You can order your own copy of this cool box with the Initials game stuff in it. Yeah. Give Corey Cove, my good friend, some money, please. Anyway, question 1. Oh, sorry, we got 2 left. Here we go. Item number 1. The first word is often skipped. It is not completely empty.
Evan.
Outer
space.
That is correct, Evan. Outer space is correct. Well done. So, at this point, Evan, if you can get this last one, you will tie. You will tie for the win. Everybody else can play spoiler. And then if nobody gets it, I can tie for the win as well, because you've missed 3 completely. So if nobody gets this right, I can tie Forrest for the win.
I was wondering. I thought it was doing well.
Forrest, you got 3?
There you go. So
I should be giving you Old Spice.
Evan 3, Lance 3, Forrest 4, Barry 2, Jeremy 1. Jeremy, your microphone works, correct?
You know what? Hey, Lance.
That's me most
Lance,
games.
you know what? I thought because you changed your angle, you were good. But can you just back up off the mic just a little bit? You're still doing that thing you still do, which is peak. You're peaking a little hot.
You're going a little hot. Could you go in the other room? See, I haven't heard that in a long time. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Blast from the past. All right, clue number 1 has connections to California and Missouri. Connected to the number 1. is connected to the phrase "Go crazy, folks"?
Evan.
Open
season.
And yeah, well, you had your chance. Now, if nobody gets it right, I can tie Forrest. Here we go.
I think that fits all those clues, though. It's fine.
Yeah, connected to number one. Sure, whatever. Clue number 4. Nicknamed the Wizard. Clue number 5. Entered the Hall of Fame in 2002.
Hall of Fame of what?
That one.
Final clue. A 15-time All-Star shortstop known for his traditional backflip. 4, 3,
Oh,
2,
shit.
1. And I tie for the win. It's Ozzie Smith, you weirdos.
That's oh, dude, I couldn't think of his first name. It isn't
Ozzie
a bat flip.
Smith.
It's you said bat flip?
No, back.
Did you say back flip? Because if you said back, I can't understand what the fuck you're saying. Back up on the goddamn mic. We know what the fuck you're saying.
Backflip.
God.
I backed off the mic.
Flip. Jesus Christ,
man. I guess I shouldn't have backed away from the...
Jesus Christ. Tuck your goddamn beard under your fucking... the mic in front of your goddamn beard. Jesus Christ.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm trying to think. Evan, how's the expansion stuff coming for After the Empire?
We sent so that it's, well, we'll see what it ends up being, but theoretically there's 2 separate parts. Like you could just get one, or you could get the other, or you could get them both. Just kind of depending on what you want, what kind of content you want. And we sent the largest one that we made first off to Josh this weekend. So he's got that, and they're going to start play testing. I'm sure you're going to be forced to play test it a gajillion times.
Oh yeah, I mean, because I've only played, I haven't played enough After the Empire. I'll tell you that right now.
Do you have updated stuff for the solo stuff?
I think they are sending that to print soon, probably very soon. I would think.
Some updated shit I can print out.
Probably you'd have to get the backdoor access through one Lance Meister.
Oh, I don't. Who is this? Can you tell me some of your following? How many?
Well, you wouldn't know him. You wouldn't know him.
How many MySpace friends do you have?
3.
I used to have quite a few, actually.
I was gonna say I haven't logged in a while, but
how many people got top 8? That's the real question.
I think I dropped the CD back then, so.
Oh yeah, the top 8.
I appreciate every single person that like reaches out to us and says, "Hey, I'd love to review this game or that game or whatever," and I think it's awesome that they reach out. But it's like then you go and you look and it's like, "Oh, I see you with your 72 subscribers on YouTube, and like, I would like these 7 games, please." And you're just like,
It's a tough thing, guys. It's a tough thing. And I saw Alex was talking about some shit today about interviews and shit like that. And I'm just like, it's tough, man. I mean, especially on the publisher end, it's like you're trying to get your product out there. You want your product to be known about. You want to get it while it's hot. You want to time it and sync it right. But then some people send some expensive ass products. Like they ain't cheap, man. And it's like, man, I need some return on this shit. It's like it's one thing to even just be asking, like, hey, this is an older title, send those to me. Or I like these 3 titles in your roster. That's great. I would suggest you buy 2 of them if you like them so much. And then I'll send you 1 of them. But that's just me. That's just who I am. But
and that's probably the part that drives me the craziest. It's just kind of like, and then we'll even work with them sometimes. We're like, hey, okay, like, tell you what, like, we'll knock 50% off the price of the game. I've
done that when I started. That's what I did.
It just like, and then, but still, it was like, yeah, even then, it was just.
I'll take your damaged product. I was like, I'll take your defect product. I'll pay shipping. I'll do because I was asking for newer games, so I was like, but I'll cover them. So, I even told people like I would send them back. Like I'll just send them back, or I'll send them to someone else. Like I just wanted to cover the game because I knew very early on. Of course, you want to cover some of the newer, hotter games.
Mm-hmm.
But I also had my niche where I was covering like small Japanese games and stuff like that too, and Taiwanese games. But you got, I wanted to mix it in with some of the newer stuff, and that's the thing. But like, still, the other way around is just as bad too, because it's like someone like myself, I just get stacked up with shit. Like, it's like, dude, I'm literally like I'm stacked up with shit. Like every game night, I'm like, hey, dude, I got to get through this. I got to get through that. We're gonna play this twice tonight. Who wants to hear that at a game night? We gotta play this twice tonight. Like,
yeah.
You feel that for us?
100%. That's why I stopped asking for.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Reach out to me, I'll be like, yeah, but I don't reach out pretty much at all anymore.
Yeah. So it's like, hey man, like, well, shit. You think I reached out for all this shit now? People are just like have your address. They start sending shit.
Oh,
it's a little ridiculous, man.
And it's the worst is when you're like, how did you find me? Like I got a game 2 weeks ago. I was like, who the fuck? This game came out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like what? Like we didn't email. We've never Facebook. We didn't tweet. What? Why?
So I get that stuff, but I just it's just really hard. It's really hard on both sides of it all, and especially just publishers wise, because it's just like the margins are so small now. And I'm thinking to myself, like, as these games get more and more expensive, hey man, that's why I still buy games. That's what I tell people. I still buy games, so I buy a lot of games. And sometimes I end up with double copies because some publishers still send me the stuff anyway.
Poor you.
But I'm just saying, like, that's the thing. But I still buy games. I don't wait for them to come. Like, I don't. Like, I still buy games. So, for people who say that, like, well, you get all the free games. I'm like, no, I buy them and then I come home and like a week later they show up at my house too. So that's a benefit that I have, but it's stupid. I feel like sometimes it's kind of stupid because I'm a fan of the game. So I don't want people to know it's just like that's how it always worked. And unfortunately, that's how some people see reviewers. So they see that we just get everything and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I had a question about Dune Imperium. Have any of you played a 2-player game in it?
Yeah. Played what?
Oh, Dune
Imperium? Yeah. How long does it normally take? Just out of curiosity, like a learning game. Just out of curiosity.
An hour.
I mean, yeah.
An hour?
A little bit over an hour. A little bit over an hour.
Shit. Okay.
I mean, it depends on the play group, right?
And you're a good player, yeah. No, for you, like 3. I mean,
yeah. That's what I was trying to say. But
no, that's what I'm getting at. I went to my first game night in like 3-4 years yesterday. And that's what we played. But this dude was into the theme, which I knew very little about. Like I seen the movie, I didn't read all the books and all that bullshit. But it took us 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
There's no way a game of Dune Imperium takes 2.5 hours.
You're learning, man.
He played like 3 or more, I guess. This is the first time with the robot, the dummy player thing, basically.
Oh, okay.
So I was just curious. Like I figured, all right, maybe an hour and a half. I was like, 2.5 seems a little long.
Yeah.
Learning games
for a 2-player game.
Yeah.
You place flip a card. You place flip a card. He takes his turn. Round.
I know. It's part of it was him. It took probably 45 minutes to explain it to me. But
yeah.
No.
It took so long. It's like I forget what the fuck you said. I'm just going to figure it out.
Right.
It's part of it was like that. So I'm just trying to judge it. I thought the game was a pretty decent game.
Dune Imperium is an all-time great game because it is one of the easiest Euros to get to the table I've ever played in my life. It does not make it greater than any Euro game, but it is one of those games. So easy to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say like, I have that game within an arm's reach, literally it is like right back there because we can set it up and play it several times in a night and not get bored. It's got tension.
Good.
You don't need to score a lot of points.
Yeah.
It's tight. I like now I like Lost Ruins of Arnak more, but I can't get it to the fucking table. I do. I like it more, but I can't get to the fucking table. I can get Dune Imperium. I can get everybody involved, everybody ready to play. Let's play it. Let's go.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. Like after we got the feel, I got the feel of it. You know, like I said, this guy's played a couple times before. It seemed like it everything you just said basically.
Yeah.
But I was just
it
curious.
shouldn't take that long. No.
Yeah, it's like I said. I'm glad I went. You know, it's a new group, and it's the first time.
I don't know about your group, man. I don't know about your group, bro.
I don't know about them either. This is the only game I played that night. You know,
yeah. I was gonna say, was that the only game you played that game night? Yeah.
It's part of it was just my time, and I kind of walked in. Certain games were set up, certain people were still coming, shit like that. This was a 2-player game. I guess he thought it'd be quick. You know, I had no clue. You know, but I'm glad I did it because, like I said, I haven't been around people in like 3 years, and I'm working on something.
Frankly, we've all been kind of thankful.
Yeah, so am I basically. But I'm working on something. I'm just waiting for the VA to go through with a yes or no on it. But I'm glad this will get me used to people again.
Yeah.
I'd
That's
agree.
good. It's good to get out, man.
Jen bought it's a small world game, the Funko, whatever it is.
Okay.
And she had it in my name from Amazon. And I was like, what the fuck is this? So, yeah, because I order from Amazon very rarely. You know, I was like, what the hell is it? I open it up. We're going to Disney World, you know, at the end of the year. That's what it is. So I'm looking at it. I knew nothing about it. I'm like, Jen, did you read this? You know, anything about this? Like, no, it's like it's basically a memory game for like 4-year-olds. You know, why? She's like, the theme. I know how much you love that ride. I'm like, but thinking about it, like I said, with the VA, once I get it, this will actually help with the memory and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe helpful. Yeah.
Yeah. Think about it. So, kind of guess the grievances of getting punches in the mouth. Man.
Dude, what was that? Wait, where is this at? Who's going? What conventions are you going to, Lance? Where are you guys? Are you going to Gen Con? Lance?
What's up, my friend?
Are you going to Gen Con? Jesus Christ, man.
Just ignores you.
No, I was
fuck Wormy.
Well, I mean, Wormy. I'm
bored of you now.
What the? Where you at, motherfucker?
How bad was the name Waluigi too?
I'm sorry.
Waluigi.
This is not going away. I was at Legoland with my son for his birthday, and I was like,
that's amazing.
My dad, he looks at these. I look at him. He goes, "Dad, you don't have to buy those." I'm like, yes, I do have to buy these. He knows how I am about my little wacky glasses. He was just like, "You don't have to buy those, Dad." I'm like,
I do now.
I promised him I wouldn't wear them out the store. So
yes, I'm guessing it's a 50-50 shot for Gen Con. I know that we're not having
How is it a 50-50 shot? They're like giving like half off discounts of booths.
Well, it's just
like,
Shane rolled over our booth fee to next year because we had the option of doing that. And he's just like, why would I? You know, they're talking about limiting the number of people and all those other things, and he's just like, Shane will probably go for business, and then like there's a chance he'll want me to come with for business as well. If you put a gun to my head, I'm not jazzed really about going to either of those. I mean, if we go to Essen, I'll probably go to that, and that's completely dependent upon whether or not Germany actually allows Essen to happen. Right?
Exactly.
But we will. Basically, everybody's stance on Essen right now is just wait. You have to wait.
Everybody's like, wait. So I canceled my. I'm just not going. It's too close.
So I would end up going to that. Which I would. I wouldn't hate. I wouldn't hate being there in Germany. I mean,
No.
I mean, but I also know that I don't know. Germany's just like it's really weird being there. I don't know. I mean, it's like I was there in Essen 2 years ago or whatever, and I dug it. It was kind of neat and it was fun to be there and see the people and everything like that. But I didn't really feel like I was in another country at all, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just like you get up in the morning, you jump on a train, you take it to the place, you get off the train, you head into you head in and you do your thing, and then you leave. It's just like, and then you head back to the hotel, and like maybe
it's just like most cons,
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's just like most cons, right? I might as well have been in Philadelphia. It isn't like, I mean, and I know Shane's a little bit different because Shane's like, oh, we got to go to this place and you got to go here and eat this food here, and I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But I'm just like, I would be fine with, well, there's that place right there across the street that, give me a macaroni in a bowl and I can just go get that and I'll and I'll be fine. I did like the breakfasts there. I mean, it was like, oh yeah, have some meat and cheese and a bun. That was like, a good hearty German breakfast.
Yeah.
You gotta go exploring more, Lance. When I was I was in like, I went all the different places.
I know.
It's so fun. Like I found this bar, this little hole in the wall bar where somebody converted an apartment into a bar, and people would just sing all night, and there was instruments you could play. It was fantastic. I want to go stumble back there drunkenly next time I go.
Yeah. That sounds awesome.
Or you could just go to Oktoberfest.
But I'll go to BGGCon. I will go to BGGCon. I've secured our booth. I've done everything that we have to do to make BGGCon happen, and I will be there for that. And I'm excited to go to BGGCon. I don't care.
Did you guys buy one too many rooms? Because I lost out on that.
Did you?
Yeah, I don't have a room yet. I got tickets, but no room.
Jen almost bought me. I talked her out of it. I said maybe next year. It's just.
I asked Audie if I could go, and then I got cold feet on that one.
Did you?
I want to go. I do want to go real bad because I always go to PAX U.
Yeah,
and I was like, I want to try. I was like, I want to try. BGG.
It's totally different.
So PAX U is so fun.
I mean, I don't
I might go to that if they
don't quote me on the 7, but I think ask Shane, honestly, because Shane found a like a bed and breakfast or like a something. Yeah, not isn't bed and breakfast. He found like what's I'm looking for?
Airbnb.
That one. He found something, and I don't know how big it is. I don't know how much room there is, but he found that's like, like a 5-minute drive away from the convention.
That's not so bad.
I'm going with my daughter. My daughter's coming along, so I got a room. I mean, because it was just one of those things where it was like I had to. I mean, I wasn't gonna like, I gotta still work, and my daughter's bored and wants to go back to her room and sit on her phone. Oh, let me get you an Uber, and so you can, as a 14-year-old girl, and get a ride back to the hotel, and hopefully you make it okay. No, and so Shane's like, yeah, that's fine. Just get a room, So.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, so I mean, I'm excited to go. I'm excited to drag my daughter along. She'll have a fun time.
Yeah, this will be my first one, actually.
I think I'll have a good time.
BGG
it's always a good
pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
It's
like I said, hopefully next year.
This year, it's super cool, dude.
Is Josh going to be there? I'm going to force him to sit down and play one of my prototypes.
Doubtful.
Oh, really? All right.
And I don't say that. I mean, like when we asked Josh if he wanted to go, he said, honestly, he said, I'm not going to get any game pitches while I'm there that are going to amount to anything.
What? I was going to pitch him a game.
You said it mount to anything.
A game virtually, right? He said, I'm not going to give you game pitches that I can pitch it virtually. It's going to end up being like just basically a week vacation for me, and I'm just going to have a bunch of work piled up behind, when I get home. And so, and here's the deal too, and
I know he's busy.
and so like, and this isn't a problem with working for Shane by any means. This was even a problem when I worked at US Bank. Like towards the end of my career with US Bank, when I moved out of real-time management, which was basically I was one of like 4 people that monitored 3 call centers and basically made sure that we had staffing at any given moment to handle calls depending upon where they were coming from, what they were for. And so that was my job. And so like when I took vacation, like it was the other 3 people had to just suck it up and handle more work, right? But there wasn't work waiting for me when I got back. When I moved out of that job and got into a project management job, like the projects that I worked on, nobody took them over for me. So it was like, you were like, oh, why? And then I always get towards the end of the year and they're like, why aren't you taking your vacation? I was like, it's not a vacation. The entire time I'm going to be gone, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to be worried about all the crap that's piling up while I'm not there.
Totally.
You know, and they're always like, well, you got to take this. You know, you got to take this vacation. It's mandatory. You know, and I'd be just like, well, and so I would just take like little 1-day vacations. Like, okay, you know, and just like, oh, I'll take that Friday off. I'll have a 3-day weekend, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, and the same things with ever since I started working in the board game industry.
Yeah.
Which is now like 4 or 5 years ago. I have taken 1 week off when I worked for TMG, and I took 3 days off when my niece passed away and I had to go to her funeral. And that is the extent. I've taken 8 days of vacation, true vacation, like leaving and like not doing. I've taken 8 days of vacation in 5 years.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, and Shane's always said, if you need time, take time. But I'm like, I'm always still saying the same thing. So what? I can answer 100 more emails for every day that I'm not here to answer them. Not to mention all the Kickstarter messages we get, not to mention all of the like contact us. Every single person that goes into the contact us page on Gray Fox Games gets funneled to me, you know, unless it's a warehouse question. So it's just like, yeah, okay, I take 5 days off. I've got 400 things to do, plus my normal work, plus all the projects I'm working on. You can't. And I understand I sound like I'm whining. I still love my job. And Shane recognizes that. And he's always said, I know, trust me, I know. And I don't feel, I mean, the thing is Shane works harder than any of us, you know, keeping everything going and all the different things he's got going on, all the different irons he's got in the fire at any given time. So it's just, it's not like, oh, woe is me, my boss makes me work really hard, and why doesn't he ever find me? It's just the way it works.
I think that's just the industry right now.
Yeah, you just don't get to, you know, wander off for a couple of weeks and then come back, right? I mean, it's just like the place will be on fire when you come back. I don't know. When I can finally say the last copy of Tsukiyumi is in a backer's hand, that'll be a good day. That'll be
that's been over your head.
That'll
for
be
a
day of
Wow!
That will be a glorious day. A glorious day. And then in like first or second quarter of next year when we launch the expansion campaign for that. It'll just be like
how dare you?
Oh well, you'll be like just throwing blood in the water, just like here we are, you know, come and feast upon us.
Is it hit the port yet or no? Because I remember.
No, it's probably ship. The first games will probably ship out on Friday.
Yeah, I was gonna say
because the last people that are waiting to get their stuff, which is U.S. Canada, and like rest of world people, the people that like we basically have to ship off like onesies basically. We got like one person in the Ukraine who not only gave us $300 for the game, but when we said really it's $150 shipped to you, I don't care. Send me game. You know, that's horrible.
Well, we'll send you the game.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I mean, those little onesies that they have to take care of. You know.
Yeah.
And those are the last people. So
you want to talk about sustainability? Like you remember what Jonah was saying? Like that. There you go. That's a person, right? Like they don't give a shit about the price. They want their fucking game.
Yeah, no. So
there are those people.
There are those people, definitely. But here's the deal: it's like, but like when the last one of those games gets into somebody's hand, And here's the deal, and I'm gonna say this, and
you'll take a day off one day.
No, maybe, but so like, it's one of the things where I know that I have a thicker skin when it comes to the people that want to like come in there and just blast us to hell, and it's just like, and Shane often like just says what he said, we're gonna beat that Minnesota nice out of you. He says that all the time, and it's just like, and so, but here's the deal, I get it. I mean, the game is super late, and people have been waiting forever for it, and it was one of those things where production was slow on it, errors were made, mistakes were made, absolutely, by people that no longer work for the company, and I'm not like, and also people that do work for the company, still mistakes were made, and we've owned up to them as much as we possibly can. But here, and I didn't mean to turn this into a little riot about this, but there are a fair, a small to fair group of people, and I'm not, that are incensed about the fact that they've waited this long for the game. And they've heard from some backers who have said that the game is like rife with errors and problems and issues, some of which we've addressed. The fact that we printed off an errata pack that like replaces the cards, replaces the cardboard tokens and things like that they're getting with their games, so they'll just be able to swap that stuff out and be fine. Like complaints about overall quality, complaints that we're lying about our card stock for some reason, which is like ridiculous.
That was very interesting. That was an interesting day, there.
So here the craziest thing about, and I'm going to just say this. So the craziest thing about card stock is that when you, I don't know, like, I'm just going to grab a card here out of my Trivial Pursuit game. So when you have a card, right? So like I can hold this up. I can see through this card right now by looking at my computer light here. This is not good card stock. There's no core to this whatsoever. And so, like, there was a stretch goal that said we're going to, improve the quality of the cards to 310 GSM black core. Well, some people have taken the time to rip their card in half to see what the core looks like. And they're like, the core is gray. And I was like, yes, all of them are going to look gray. Because just because it's called black GSM, it does not mean they're black core. It's like they have gray in the middle. You can talk to anybody about that. And then you have people that are coming in. It's like, well, I looked at this thing and it says this. I'm comparing this to my other game here that has ivory core cards, and they don't look at all the same. Well, they wouldn't, because you're actually talking about two different types of card. You're not even quoting the same thing. And then they're like, oh, well, these feel really thin. They feel really, really thin. And it's like, okay, fine. They certainly they probably do. But here's the deal with cards is that there are like so many different variables that it comes into that. What was that giant ream of paper that was used for those particular cards at that time? There's no, like, you try to get it exactly the same, but there's different variables that go into those things. We were told that like the Reavers cardstock was thin, and then people like months later, it's like if you, after playing the game, after having exposed to air, those cards, the moisture and everything, like, and they grow, they get thicker because of the fact that they're just exposed to the air, and it just takes time. And the thing is that these, and I'm not saying I am not saying that there's absolutely 0% chance that these cards are like shitty cards. I'm not saying that at all. But like, it's like they aren't. It's like you shine them up to a light. I've seen people. I don't. And here's another thing. We don't have a copy of the game to look at right now because of the fact that our one copy of the game that we had was given to a former employee that was supposed to go through the entire game and look for errors, and we entrusted that person to do it because it was their project and it was their baby, who didn't do that, or did it and like didn't know what they were doing, or did it and they missed things. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and throw stones. I don't know what happened because there's no definitive answer to this situation at this point, but it doesn't matter. We employed that person to say, this is your job, you need to do this. And either they didn't do it, they didn't do a good job at it, they didn't know what they were doing. There's 1,000 different things that it could have been, and it doesn't matter. Gray Fox Games hired that one person, thought that one person would be able to do it. That person didn't do it correctly. The accountability still is on Gray Fox Games, so we own that. So, and we've never said anything else to that. They said, well, who's this one employee? It's like, it doesn't matter who the employee is. It doesn't matter who they are. They aren't with the company anymore, and it didn't work out. And it's just, but so we're just trying to take care of this stuff. But the thing about that is that, okay, so we can look at the line item from the factory where we said, upgrade these cards to 310 GSM Black Core. And they said yes, and they absolutely charged us for it. They absolutely took our money and said, that's what we'll make for you. And people are like, well, then you need to check with the factory. It's like, what are we going to do? Did you, I can tell you what that email is going to be. Did you in fact actually use 310 GSM Black Core? They'll say, yes, we did. Okay, well, I mean, short of like going back in time and being at the moment those cards come off the press and looking at the paper that they're being printed on at that moment, what can you possibly do? And like, and the thing is that, yeah, maybe the cards do feel thin. Like, you want to be able to say, I want you to take every single card from that game and I want you to lay them out on a table in your house and leave them, every one of them, not stacked together, and leave them exposed to air for 3 months. And then see, and then come back and tell me if they still feel thin. And if they do, and I guarantee you, we're going to test them that way. We're going to do it that way to see if they feel any better or different, because absolutely we want to see if there's a problem and things like that. But it's like, if it's just one of those things where it doesn't matter what we say. There's like 24 people that just absolutely hate us, and I get it. I totally understand how they hate us. I get blasted by these people in email, in like Facebook messages, and Discord messages. And I understand it. Like I said, I completely understand you being angry, but nothing I say at this point is going to make them happy. Nothing at all. There isn't a single thing that I can say that is going to make them happy.
Your previous piece of shit company. Now you're making this company a piece of shit. It might not be the companies, it may be you, Lance.
No, and here's the deal. And here's the thing. I want everybody to have this game, and I want them to love it, and I want them to play it. I want them to think it's amazing. But these people that are like blasting me like both barrels, like all the time,
blasting you.
Yeah, and then they're like, I can't wait to get this game because I'm never gonna buy another Gray Fox game again. And I'm like, there's the door. Just like, like, what? I'm not gonna beg you to stay. I mean, I wish they would. I totally wish they would. But I mean, it's just kind of like, and I mean, I didn't mean to go off on a rant there, but I mean, and it's just like, but again, I completely and totally understand them being frustrated and angry. I have Kickstarters that are 4 years old that every once in a while I see on my list. I'm like, what the hell? Really? And I look and I see that, like, they're I just another excuse being posted. And it's just so, but that's the thing that probably bothers me the most, is that I have people that just are calling me a liar. And I'm just like, dude, I'm not lying. It's like I just like, it's like, oh, you've had the games in the US for 2 months. That's right. We did have, it's like they were stuck in, they were stuck in customs. Then it was impossible to get a truck to bring them. Then we finally got them to our warehouse, and now we're waiting for these errata packs to show up so we can put your errata stuff in with the games and send them off. That didn't make a lot of people happy that we were doing it like that. They absolutely were like, send me the game and send me the pack later. And we were like, no, that's going to cost us an extra 10 grand. We're not going to do that. We're just going to wait. And I'm just throwing out a dollar figure. I don't know what it is. And so it's just like, we're just going to get everybody so you can have a complete game, and you don't with everything that right away. And I mean, it's frustrating, and it's super frustrating. And like, as I said, I'll be happy once the last backer has that game, and I because honestly the game's awesome. I mean, I've played the cardboard standee version of it. I really enjoy it. I like the determinist combat of it. I love the wackadoo crazy theme of it. I mean, it's so much fun. It's so cool. And it's
Lance,
What?
Lance, I'm sorry. I have to cut you off on this one. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this Descent, whatever version 3 or whatever.
Hey, Grant.
It's getting a little wild right now.
Well, is that out now? The giant cube?
It's not out. So apparently there was a stream recently. I watched half of it and got bored as fuck because I don't think I like Descent. But and I'm like a dungeon crawling dude, and I was just like, why the fuck do people care about this game? It's so old and archaic.
Even 2.0?
Well, the thing is, the 2.0 to me, it just looks archaic. Like it looks like an old school.
I've never played it. I've always wanted
it.
Yeah, like it just feels like an old school system that's cool. Like, but I'm kind of past that.
The one thing I hated about Descent 2.0 was that like if you were the dungeon keeper basically, or like whatever I forget what the terminology was, the one versus all. If you were the one, it was like, oh, this person gets their hero and they turn around a corner and you've got this big giant waiting for them, and your giant rushes up and you smash them in the face and you do 100 points of damage and you kill them. Well, no, they go back to the start. You know, it was just like, no, I want to kill that guy. I want to smash his face in. Well, you did smash his face in.
So
he's been mildly halted for a brief moment.
What game of yours were you talking about, Lance? Because I was listening on my drive home and I didn't.
It's just Tsukiyumi.
Okay.
It's just like it was.
No, I heard a bunch of stuff. I just didn't know which game.
Yeah.
As a side note,
it's a bunch of stuff.
As a side note, that same production oversight time was when the walls and the cubes for After the Empire was being double checked, right? I think.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I believe so. I mean, I have to go back and look, but yeah.
So I think that's where that was. Why to me?
So here's the deal. Was Descent 2? Did it have an app assistant in there? Did it have I thought it had an app thing.
Not that I remember, but then again, I got the base box and I got really bored of it and I moved on.
It came afterwards, Jeremy.
I know it came. That's what I thought. I thought it came afterwards down the line so people could play it and experience the app, because this was before Lord of the Rings, which had the app, on the box. So I'm thinking to myself, weren't we done with that outrage? Well, apparently, everybody when they saw the price of it back when it was like $189 or something like that, MSRP, they were like, "God damn, that's a lot." Well, I guess the game does come with terrain in it, but everything is not plastic. So they gave you terrain, but they didn't give you all minis. And I was like, how the fuck are they selling this for $150, dude?
I think it's jam packed full of junk, man.
But I think it might be jam packed full of junk, or you're just paying for the tech. I don't know, man. But you got to look at the comments of this thing. It's absolutely insane.
This is my opinion on this, is that, and I've said this before, how many fucking dungeon crawlers do we need with 7,000 goddamn minis? I don't care what. I don't care if it's
Reach. Wild Descent.
I don't care if it's running through a dungeon. I don't care if it's going cross country. I don't care if I'm on a lost spaceship. I don't care if I'm plunging into the depths of somebody's dreams. I don't care what your fucking theme is. You can't keep making this game. I don't.
They can and will.
I don't care. I don't care what's this Wild Ascent thing that's on there. Like,
that's you. Who gives a fuck what you think?
Kickstarter looks like they just threw up a bunch of minis.
Okay, so wait. So I'll just go ahead and I did review that game, and I also previewed the game 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. That game's not just a bunch of minis. It's a really fun game.
Well, the way
it's also not a dungeon crawler. It's not a dungeon crawler. It does need more development. Definitely does. It has some things that definitely needed some work, but they are responding to that stuff. Not just like a kind of like a pasted on like insert here fucking thing, because it's not the same as a lot of other games. It's not. It has different stuff going on, so it doesn't like have a like, oh, they're just doing this. It has more elements to it than that.
I wish Alex was here because I really want to talk about a specific quote they took from him on that Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Where he gave it a 5+
Yeah.
out of fucking 5. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. So I haven't talked to him about that, but we are going to have a talk about that when
He
we
gave
get
it
a
10
chance.
out of 10 on another one I saw last week too. It's like,
so I gave the game an 8 out of 10, but I spent a lot of time talking about what they need to work on. So I spent I think I spent 5 minutes talking about the things they needed to work on. And I'll just tell you this because I ended up happening. But my review of the game, which is a full review of the game, if you look at the page, Alex has a quote in the middle of the page. Alex has a quote down the page. Alex has the first review on the page. There's 4 unboxing videos, and then there's my review. And I'll tell you what it is. It's because I was the most critical. That's it. And then myself, Will from Hungry Gamer, he was below me.
Yeah.
And then Mike from the One Stop Co-op Shop, who doesn't not like the game. I mean, I talked to him behind the scenes. Like, it's not that he doesn't like the game. He actually asked me, like, "Hey, do you feel the same about this and this?" I was like, "Yeah, we feel exactly the same. I just had a lot more fun than you." And he was like, "Okay, like, cool." And I said, he actually asked me before he posted his video, and his is just indifferent, and he didn't even put him on the page. Like, all right, man. Like,
I've been scrolling for a half hour and I haven't found your video yet.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They use his quote twice.
They use his quote twice.
Fucking quote, the 5+.
Dude, Lance, keep scrolling, dude. Keep scrolling.
I have. You've been talking. I have yet to find your video.
Keep scrolling, Lance.
Thrown up all over that damn page. It's terrible. I called them out big time on it.
Keep scrolling, Lance.
Still scrolling.
And then try and figure out the fucking pledge levels. There's like one where it's 4 games, and one where it's 3 games, and one where it's 5 games, and one where it's 7 games. You think that's the whale, but then if you go to the add-on, there's like one extra box.
They have some newer, kind of newer publishers stuff going on.
Alex from Board Game Co. and Jesse from Quackalope Review Levon Rising. After playing the demo, it's hard to imagine them liking it more. Maybe if it had ducks? ?
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
They have some really good humor in their stuff. Like they're all humor all the time. Yeah. So it sounds corny when you don't read it, but like they do humor all the time. The guy is actually a pretty good writer. But
I hated that game found page.
It's a long page.
It's a long ass page.
Hey, there you are.
Wild Descent has a mix of tension and layers of complexity I look for in a solo co-op campaign game. This is worth the money. This was worth the wait.
Jeremy Howard by Board Game Revolution. Wild Descent is not a game that relies on lucky rolls like most dungeon crawler type games. It comes down to positioning, teamwork, and properly managing your resources to survive.
Thought it wasn't a dungeon crawler.
Yeah. He said it's not like most.
It wasn't. It was terrible use of the quote. I don't know why they used that old ass quote.
Terrible.
I will say that, and I hammer so much on quotes, and I always want to specify it's the companies. It's on the companies. I see bad quotes, and I'm like, you chose this. Like, I'm sure there's something better in this damn video that you can splice together. Why would you choose this quote?
Why would you say that? By the way, that's actually really bad because the fact that like the quote was valuable until I said dungeon crawler, which they don't market the game as a dungeon crawler at all. Now I coined the term that they use, KDM Light. So KDM Light became this thing that I said that people said. And that's different.
I'm looking at this board here. I'm looking at this board, like the very bottom, it's like 7,000. And again, this is just one dude's opinion. And I mean, and as a publisher, I probably shouldn't say shit because I mean, obviously they're making tons of money, and there's people that are just super jazzed to play this, and more power to them. And as a publisher, I want to copy this, and I want to be just as successful. I'll say that right now. There's envious. As a person that plays games, I'm looking at this opening page. It's got the 2 things. It's got all these minis all over, and all these game boards, and all these cards everywhere. I'm looking at it. I'm like, good fucking God, no way. Like if somebody said, hey, we're just gonna start, we need another player, you want to sit down and play, I would be like, no.
You don't want all 8 boxes, Lance? You don't want all 8 boxes, one of which is an add-on for whatever reason?
I would just be like, no.
Yeah, I feel like this. Like for me, as someone who has played it, I would never tell anyone to go all in on something like this. It's too much up front. And what the game's doing, it's what's awesome about this type of game is that you get to play the game that you like a lot with a lot of cool different characters. And they don't feel single, which is really good. Like that's actually really good that they pulled it off. The 15, 20 characters that I've played out of the 30 that there are there, they don't feel the same. They actually present new challenges of how you mix them up.
36 full mouse wheel scrolls to get through the entire page.
There you go, buddy. There you go.
36.
By the way, and like think of how many scrolls you had to do to get to the reviews.
Yeah.
To the actual coverage of the game. The coverage of the game.
No, I mean, and congratulations to them. Awesome. Good for you guys. I mean, and I know I came across as being kind of an a-hole with my comment there, but I mean, there's no way on earth I want to play this game. I mean, again, I'll look over here. I look over here, and you can't see it, but I see my Cthulhu Death May Day. I see my Hate. I see my Rising Sun. I see my Blood Rage. I mean, these aren't dungeon crawlers, but I'm looking at these games that have thousands of boxes that I never play, that I never get a chance to play, that I would love to play since I like them, but I can't get them to hit a table.
How is Hate? How is Hate? I feel like I want to own Hate.
The miniatures are absolutely fucking gorgeous. I mean,
but is the game good? I don't give a shit about
that. I'll say this: the miniatures are fucking gorgeous. And if you are no,
it sucks, Jeremy. That's what he's saying.
I will talk about the game in just a moment. But I'm just saying, if you can track down, if you like to paint minis. And you want some really kick-ass minis that you can use for the game that is highly enjoyable, but also you want to have the ability to use those kind of really dark core grim for a D&D campaign. They are awesome, absolutely super awesome. I would yeah. I mean, I enjoy them. Hate, in my opinion, it's it hovers between the light and when I'm saying it's it feels really light. It's very tactical. I definitely love it because of the theme that it has, and the fact that and as far as having a playing a little tiny miniature skirmish game, well worth it. I tend to think that I wish that it had more. I mean, there's story to it, but there isn't enough for me. I mean, probably that would be the thing is
not enough hate.
Yeah, I mean, not enough hate.
Not enough hate.
Yeah, I
simply,
mean, it's just
not enough hate.
I mean, there's these chronicle things that you go through to process, but and those are supposed to tell a story too, but I just kind of was I don't care. It's kind of like when I have a Kickstarter that I'm waiting for, and they're I see you got an update in my email, and I click on it, and it's oh, here's our 27 paragraph fictional story we want to tell you.
Nope.
Okay, well, can I find out when my game's showing up? No. Okay, well, thanks. I don't have time to read things I like, much less your story you're trying to tell me.
I have a question for you, content creators, and Jeremy, aware of me. I've seen you mention this other places, and you referenced it again. When a Kickstarter or a GameFound page or whatever, they pay for a review, and then they decide to bury it or not put it on the page. To me, that seems I mean, I don't know, maybe they didn't, maybe that wasn't the setup, maybe it wasn't a paid review, I don't know, but if you pay for content it to try to market your thing, and it like you're like, ooh, you know, they didn't like it. I don't want to put that on the page. To me, that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll just say it makes sense. I don't get paid for reviews though. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. I'll make 1 red cent. Even the ad revenue doesn't go to me.
Right.
So I don't get any of that.
Mm-hmm.
That review took
mine.
It took about 8 hours, eight to 10 hours to do, shoot the pictures, do all the editing, everything. All right. Took a lot of my time. That's how I feel about the game.
Yeah.
That guy, I've known that guy since back then. He knew how excited I was about that game. I talked to him personally. He sent me I talked to that guy. He sent me a copy. We talked about it before it even got here. He airmailed me that copy of that game. He was like, you were the first to cover that game. I know you love the game. Here are the things we improved. I'm excited about it. I want you to try it first. He was like, I want you to be honest. I want you to be who you are. You're always honest. Do it. I said, you sure about that? He said, yes. So I got it, played it. I was asking him questions, clarification, good to go. And I even emphasized, like, you realize that I have access to you to ask these questions because, you know, the rule book still has the same issues it had before.
Yeah, right.
And if I could dig up that prototype, I would almost say that it was exactly the same.
Yeah.
But I couldn't find the file. I was actually looking for the file just to make sure. I was like, did he change anything here? So yeah, like I mentioned some of these things in the review, and I expect that like this is not the first review you're gonna have. If somebody gives a game a 5 out of 5, then of course they're gonna fucking put that first.
5+, not just a 5.
But when you
You're so bad about that 5+.
Yeah, it's a fucking disgrace. It's a goddamn disgrace.
But like when you give a 5 out of 5, that's cool. But like,
hold on one second. I know where you're going with this, Jimmy. Forrest, explain to me why it's a goddamn disgrace. What if he really loves the game? If you
give it your highest rating, you are saying this game is damn near perfect. It is up in the upper echelon. That it is
to me, the highest score does not mean perfect.
I said damn near perfect. No game is ever perfect. But to say 5+, it's like, oh, this is an 11 out of 10. Once you start doing shit like that, I feel like it just scraps a lot of credibility.
Well, here's the thing. It's just, how do you decide whether it's a disgrace? Is it because it's Gloomhaven or is it because it's this game? Right? Like, if it's a Gloomhaven, then all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't like Gloomhaven.
It's also a buildup of the fact that I'm pretty sure I've seen, and I don't know if they were all from Alex. I have seen 2 10 out of 10s and now 1 5+ out of 5. And I think they were all Quackalope for sure. But in the last 2
No. I'll tell you this. Alex he had a month. He had a month where he had like 3 or 4 5 out of 5s. And I was like, Alex, bro, I'm going to see him next weekend. We're going to be doing some filming out in Dallas or something like that together. Nice. And I got to talk to him about that, man. It's kind of fucking ridiculous, man. I've been waiting for him to defend himself too because it's fucking ridiculous. Like
every time he shouldn't have to defend himself for his opinion. I'll just say
no. It's not defend yourself, but you know, like when people do that kind of stuff, and even he does a really good job, even when he reviews things, of like saying, hey, you know, like this is what works for me. This is what I like a lot. And then he'll even say, like, this is what, you know, potential issues you may have. And I'm also very clear about that kind of stuff too. It's like, hey, this is random. Like there's dice rolls in that game and you can have a whole bunch of misses and stuff like that. It doesn't bother me because the counter to that is the fact that you're even in the range, you get a certain amount of automatic hits. So to me, that's pleasing enough to say, hey, even if I have 3 automatic hits plus a potential 6, but I only get 2, that's great. That's fine. That's okay with me. But still people will be like, well, this just comes down to dice rolls. Totally understand. I just have more fun with it. Alex is the same way. He likes chuck it and fuck it, you know, like, but you got to understand, hey, if you don't like that, I'm showing you the mechanism. I'm explaining it. Doesn't bother me. It may be a complete turn off to you. Right. And when people do that, but then they give you a score, they say, I'm over the moon about it. then that's their opinion. You also got to take in all the information and not just the score. That's what I tell people. Like, you got to take in all the information and not just the score.
But when the score is literally better than my rating system, that's how good this game is, that I probably have not played all the content for it. But just because of the scope of how much there is, it cheapens. Like, there's a couple people, like when I see their quotes now, I just immediately ignore it. There are reviewers, and we all have them, that were just like, nope, I gloss over that shit. And it's like, when I see 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 5 plus, like the plus, like 5 out of 5 is one thing, but 5 plus, you're saying this is better than everything else I've ever rated, pretty much at that point. If
I just like I can't. It's the only review of his I have a complete problem with, because this is like, this game could be great, but it literally has one half of it that needs so much work, and it actually almost needs to be destroyed the way it is and rebuild again. But I see the vision, and I like what it is. It's just that, like, I was like, if you could just rip this out and streamline it, that'd be great. And to their credit, they've already started doing that and addressing it. They've already started doing it. Like, it's already, I like that little shake there, but they've already done it. So I'm like, okay, cool. I just don't know if I'm going to spending another $139 to get that experience. Like, some of the quality of the miniatures that I talked about, I was like, it's clear that these were part of another molding process, and these were another part of it. And then I look at Storm Thunder's miniatures, and I'm like, well, that's what they should look like, all of them. But there's like 4 or 5 of them that look a little wonky, a little weird. Well, I found out why. Okay, but that's something that doesn't bother me, because I'm not a big miniature painter or miniatures guy. I just want something that looks cool. But I have to mention it. That's an imperfection of the game. It can't be perfect. You know, like, to have cards come out in the AI deck, you got 5 enemies, you shuffle 5 sets of 5 cards together, right? Well, what if you're a shitty shuffler? What if you get 3 of the same card in a row from the same monster, and that monster is attacking your lowest health person over and over again, and there's nothing you can do about it? What happens? They die, right? They die. That sucks. That's not perfection. That's, like, it doesn't bother me because it's randomness, right? It could be the random roll, like in a video game. It could be, they roll it like, oh shit, this guy's attacking my freaking, healer back there. Fuck, right? But it happens. But it just makes it may turn people off. And I feel a responsibility, even though I'm fine with it, to say, hey, like, that's still an imperfection of the game, possibly to someone else. It can't be perfect. But for some reason, Alex enjoyed it. He was compelled to give it that rating. Now, Michael, Mr. King of Average, he basically was like, don't play it. Get Storm Thunder. Well, but here's the thing. He's one of the handful of people who got to play Storm Thunder, which is their other game, which I know that when they were done working with Wild Ascent, they put so much into the feedback from Wild Ascent into Storm Thunder.
Now, is that an expansion? Because
No.
it was all really confusing.
It's a completely different game. They went to Kickstarter with that one about 8 months after Wild Ascent. And he was like, everything that we've done with that development was in complete response to play testers, everybody else, and whatever. And I was just like, so Wild Ascent is like, it's a 1.5 type product. It'll be better.
Mm-hmm.
The new product will be better, definitely. But like, Storm Thunder seems to be better than Wild Ascent as a whole brand. So it's like, it's just, I wish them the best. I wish.
I honestly,
I think they're going to have 2 good games in the end. They're going to have 2 good games that people will enjoy, and I will enjoy the hell out of my Wild Ascent because I think it's a really fun game. But
how have you been?
It's okay. This is interesting stuff.
I just feel like, and like, for that reviewer stuff, man, like, I hated to be petty about it, but like, I was bothering me that day. I was really, it was bothering the fuck out of me, because I was just like, Not saying like I'm supposed to be at the top or something because I'm with MBM and shit like that. It's just that like, boy, you really pushed that 5 out of 5 real hard.
Mhm.
Like gave no respect to any of the other people that covered your
5
game.
plus. 5 plus. Call it what it is. 5 plus.
But what I'm saying is if
Oh,
people are giving actual coverage to your game,
Mhm.
like actual coverage to your game, full on details of how the game plays. I do not want to be below unboxing videos.
Yeah, there was a fuckload of unboxing videos too. I torched on that. I was like, why do you need more than one?
Why do you have
Yeah.
porn shots over me? Like those are porn
Yeah.
shots. I don't like. You
I
want to
don't
see
think
the
he
game
likes
how
you,
it plays.
Jeremy.
What's that?
I don't think he likes you, just from what you're saying.
No,
but I
but
do get Forrest's point.
The guy is really cool though. I mean, he is really.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm only
They did an
fucking with
update. They did an update. They made me the update, which I'm sure was because somebody probably told them that I was not happy.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I
mean, that makes sense though. You know, if you're,
So-
if you're putting in, 8 hours into making this content, and then you're like, oh, you buried me.
Yeah, like fucking married me.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
You reached out to me.
Yeah.
And I gave it an 8 out of 10. It was like I gave it a bad score. Like, goddamn. Like, goddamn. You would have thought I crushed the
There's
game.
been companies that stopped working with me because of my Kickstarter videos.
You know?
Indie Board and Cards was like, nah, you're too honest. we're done. I mean,
well,
it's just it is what it is.
I've even said I've done like a review of a game. Like they'll have like a, let's say a game that they have a like an expansion coming out for, and they want you to like do a review of the game. And I've even had a publisher ask me, like, hey, you want to do a review of the game? And I'm like,
fuck no.
Are you sure you want me to do a review of the game? No, are you sure? They're like, why? I'm like, well, I can tell you right now, like, this game might be a 7 for me, and I just don't know if that's something you want out there, because I'm going to post it, and I would expect it to be on the page if it does. They're like, no, we'll pass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's good. That's just communication, you know.
Yeah, I'm just communicating. I'm telling you right now, like that's something you don't even want that energy on your page. Don't get me wrong. Like I just gave Merchant's Code, which is a very popular game, a 6.
Right. Yeah.
When I give a game a 6, it's not like it's the end of the world. It's just that like most games are good and forgettable. Honestly, they are. This one will be better for a lot of people than most, but I don't think it'll mentally be around for anybody a year from now, at all. Like at all. Like I think it's just another nice big Kickstarter. Actually, I feel like your game has more longevity to it because it's a solid game, and it's one of those games that doesn't always stick out in crowd, but people will still be playing it. I feel like people will still be playing it. That's the thing. It's like there's certain games that I feel that it's like, hey, you may not have like, ooh, after an empire, but you'll have to have people that go like, man, you should check out this game. I got this. This game is really solid, man. Like, I feel like that it'll keep popping up because I feel like it'll keep popping up.
Yeah, well,
I think it'll keep popping.
We did
up.
have
That's
a little
no
bit of we have been a little bit kind of dropped off all the menus, you know.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's still enough people out there that are like, this is one of my top 10 ever games where it will kind of simmer and then
it'll just simmer. Like I feel like it'll simmer.
Well, you get Lance getting that 2nd edition Kickstarter with the 1st edition game and with the expansion. You'll hit 800 grand. It'll be a big thing. Yeah,
I'm actually I'm really having fun with the expansion. I think people are gonna like it.
And Lance, I want to give you a shout out. The more Kickstarter critiques I do, and the more Game Found critiques I do, and you know I don't kiss your ass. You do a very good job, sir. You do a damn fine job.
Well, thanks, buddy. I've only made like 40 of the damn things, so maybe I'm doing something.
I've seen companies that have made 10, 15 of them. They still suck at it. So that doesn't mean a damn thing. Some people don't learn. They're like, oh, look, we get no comments on anything on our updates, but we're still going to do these same stupid ass updates. Just learn, people.
People drive me crazy.
I'm just thinking like people say more critical. Like God, like I get it, man. People are just looking for the negative. It negative turns, but just turns people the fuck on. I would rather have people just say how they feel And whether that's good, bad, or ugly, let the cards fall where they're made. I respect honesty over everything.
Yeah, I do too.
Even if people dance, you can tell why they are dancing. And instead of trying to figure out that they're dancing, just figure out exactly what it is. More than likely, they don't like the game. So there you go. That they don't like the game. Okay? Maybe they don't know how to say it. It's just like a job interview. I teach job interviewing. Like some people don't know how to say negative stuff about themselves or a negative situation they've been in before or a negative experience. Like some people don't know how to express that, but they do know how to express how they're excited about something. And you have to allow people to do that or find that language over time as reviewers. Whereas I'm very comfortable with that stuff. I have fluff language that sounds very straightforward. Like my fluff language, I don't say games suck and they're stupid. I don't use that language. Doesn't make me better than anybody. I just say, hey, this is where this game has challenges at. I don't think it's going to work for certain people. I don't think it's going to work. It's just the same thing as saying, like, it's probably going to stink to other people, and I don't care. Like, it's the way you say it, and it's the delivery you have. But I've learned that from years ago. I'm more comfortable as a speaker. So I think Alex had a video about that today, and it really kind of got on me a little bit about it because I'm just like, no matter what, the people who watch us, they just want us to be more harsh. Yeah. And there's just no reason to be harsh in a hobby where the goal is to have fun. It's like, I can't even say.
People that say, I wish your videos were more like this, well, you got a freaking phone. Make your own.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Flip your phone over and make your own. I mean, seriously, man, that's true. It's so true.
In the past, it was like, oh, you got to buy a camera and you got to do this, you got to do that.
No,
right?
you don't.
No, like the video, the camera on your phone is excellent at making videos.
Webcam I'm using right now. I could pay. I had one that was $67. I could use that the whole time. That was my live stream cam and my cam. This one
knock
here.
Yourself out. Yep. Just knock yourself out. Go make a video.
I shoot all my videos on my iPhone.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
I use an iPad.
iPad. I was gonna say, Tom, same thing. He said, use a pad, use an iPad. Yeah, man.
Make some videos. You can make tens of dollars.
We're gonna slowly bring this conversation to an end. Grant, how's the stand-up the tour going?
Oh, it's all right. It's weird right now because famous people are doing comedy clubs when they don't normally do comedy clubs.
Right.
So then I get pushed to weird venues like where Evan saw me at a roller derby rink,
which we had a great time, and you were awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
But yeah, I could see that not being an ideal venue.
Yeah. So, it's still right. I mean, we're not done with the pandemic yet, and this is one of the examples of that. So, but I'm enjoying performing again in front of actual people and not my computer screen.
Yeah.
So who are the famous people that are bumping you?
Everybody.
I mean, literally anybody. Yeah. Like, it's all the people that would be normally doing theaters didn't book theater shows because they didn't know when they would be able to book theater shows. And now comedy clubs are open again, so they're telling their agent, well, I want to perform again. They'd normally be at a 2,000 seat theater, but instead they're doing a 350 seat comedy club because they'll book their theater shows for 2022. Right now they're doing comedy clubs. So
name me one bastard that took your spot.
No, I'm not. I
can.
Come on, tell us for the 7 people that are gonna watch this. Tell us.
But I really did like earlier where everybody asked you if the game was good and you said the minis are cool. That is exactly like comedy when somebody goes, are they funny? And they go, oh, he's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's exactly. He's a really.
That was always our joke where it's like, dude, I got this girl. She loved me. It's like, what does she look like? Oh, she's got. I mean, she's
got a great personality.
She's
She's got great
much
personality.
fun to be around. She's
That's my favorite Arrested Development inside joke ever. Because Happy was his girlfriend, and every time they see her, be like, "Hey man, you're still with her?" It's like, yeah, man, she must be funny, man. That's every fucking. They would say something every time, man.
I just my favorite part of that show is always when they just, I have made a huge mistake. You know, just like moments when they,
yeah, man. I've missed it. That show was so good. Oh, it was so good, man.
Who just dropped out?
Everybody's
Forrest
is sleeping. Evan's going.
Oh,
I was
waving
good
Forrest,
night
if
to
you're
Forrest.
still listening, come back because there's something I had to ask you, and I had to ask you off air the question. I was going to wrap this up, and I was going to ask.
No, wrap it up, man. Let's go.
Yeah, but I gotta have Forrest come back. Here, hold on a second. I'm going to text him. Yeah,
come back.
Come back.
So, Grant, have you played anything in your tour?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I played Fort for the first time.
Oh,
I really
yeah.
like it. I really like it. It's there is
those friends go.
Yeah, I mean it's a refreshing theme. I've seen some people online being like, I don't like the theme or whatever. I'm like, man, there's only so many games I can play about being a wizard or something like that. Like this is just fun, like hanging out with my friends, trying to make
make our little fort. Yeah, it's a fun game. Like that's a cool idea where it's like, hey, I keep my friends, I keep my little area, but if I leave them out there, then people can take them away. It's like, damn, they can take my good ass hand away.
Yeah.
I know. And you don't want to. You can only play one card, so you're like, shit. Like,
and it's definitely a deck builder, but it's a deck builder that's easy enough for like anybody to wrap their head around.
Yeah,
which I think Fort really fits into that perfect weight game for me, where I'm like, there's decisions to be made, there is strategy to be had, but I can still teach somebody that doesn't play games all the time.
Yeah, perfect example.
I gotta try that one. It sounds good.
Oh, dude, it's a good. Oh, that's a good game.
So the theme is you're literally like build a pillow fort or something.
Yeah, you're playing a game where you are building these little suit combos in a sense.
Yeah.
You're going to be. You have a board. You have a deck of cards. You have your best friend, and you have the cards that have a top and a bottom to them, and then you can activate the top or the bottom. I think it is top or the bottom or something like that. But one of them is everybody
so it's just
gets
Gloomhaven. It's a Gloomhaven.
Right. One of them you get, one of them everybody gets in reaction to it, and there's some that don't. But you only play one card. But the rest of the cards, except for your best friend, if you're best friend, they go out in front. And people can take
if you don't use.
So it's like you're giving away your friends. You're the people you're playing with, they can't stay at your fort. But if you build your fort, you can do certain things to kind of build up and score points. You can even have a little backpack where you keep stuff on the side, and it helps you build up icons so you get more resources, which is like, what is it, like pizza and stuff?
It's pizza and toys.
Pizza and toys. So yeah, I mean, it's fun. The whole the art has the entire Leader Games team.
Yeah.
Including the owner. So if you know the people that are on the team, you can find them in the game.
That's awesome.
And they just have some of the coolest little scribble kid artwork. It's awesome.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
It's awesome, man. I think that's a really good card. It's a really good card game. And it plays quick. And it plays nice and quick too. It's like that 30, 45 minute range. Doesn't stay on too long, which is great. It's a solid ass game.
Did you get Forrest back, Lance?
Well, I don't know if he's coming back or not, but all right. Well, I'm gonna, if you guys hang out for a second, because I was gonna ask you guys, and I want Forrest here too, because he's very, what's the word I'm looking for? He's very serious.
Eloquent.
He's very serious about his feelings on this. But I'm gonna call tonight. Thanks everybody for watching. It was a good episode. We had a lot of people talking and stuff. Jeremy,
Sorry I'm late these days.
No, you're okay,
you're not,
brother.
Wyatt.
I'm just, Jeremy finally crawled up underneath his rock and decided
Yeah.
to hang out with us again. So that was kind of nice.
We know you don't have time for us peons.
Yeah.
So
All right, everybody.
It's good to see you, man.